event in Porto Alegre vibe.
This place is amazing. Have you noticed that? This place is on fire. I come from California.
Woo!
We don't have this here in California, so I am so blessed to be here, and thank you for being such great hosts for people like me from California. It's a real honor to be here, and I hope to continue to build relationships here in Porto Alegre.
And last year, David was here, and he said a lot about the future of education and all the subjects that we are discussing now.
Exactly.
So David anticipated last year.
It was fun.
So you guys pay attention. You're going to have a great keynote. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Really? I just said you had tons of energy. Good morning, everybody. That's better. You guys are the winners. If you didn't know, you're here. And I saw the Caldera last night. It was crazy. Some of you are probably still hungover. So thank you for being here. Thank you for having me. I'd like to talk about this concept called the full stack entrepreneur. It's a little different than what most people think. You know, frequently we've heard of this thing called a full stack developer, right? This is that technical person that has all the capabilities to do multiple types of technology to roll out early products. But what does it mean to be a full stack entrepreneur? Well, let's understand a little bit about full stack developers, right? Typically in a full stack developer, they have to think about the front end, the back end, databasing. They have to worry about how the DevOps is working. A lot of times there's now mobile apps they have to think about. And they have all these different software pieces, right, that they have to master, and they create what we call stacks. Like, for example, MERN, where you have MongoDB and you have Express, and you've got React and Node, and they form technology stacks. But what is this for an entrepreneur? What stacks do we build, and how do we become entrepreneurs that have specialized stacks that we work with to move quickly through the new markets, right? So this is the area I want to explore. How do we create and think field is, we have to figure out how to take that product and actually distribute it and deal with operations, project management, accounting, finance. These are all the kinds of things we have to deal with. Once we're ready to go to market, we have to start screaming to the market and say, come buy my product, come try me. That's a whole nother set of skills, right? You need to know SEO, you need to know ClickFunnels, you need to understand physical marketing, digital marketing. There's all sorts of things. Product positioning is primary in that. But you got to know that. And then, of course, once the product is in the hands of the customer, then what? You got to make sure they're happy. You got to make sure that when they're seeking your product, they find you. That when they choose your product, they're happy with using it. And when there's a problem, you fix it. And of course, the thing we tend to focus a lot on, money. I don't have enough money. Help. Now notice I didn't say funding or finance. I said cash. Because cash is what matters. Whether you get it from an investor, your uncle, your own pocket, or best, customers, you have to have enough cash. If you lose cash and run out, you're dead. So this is all the stuff, for example, we have to come up with. But what about our cool tools? Why don't we have stacks? What do we get to use? Well, I want to talk to you today about 4 different T's of a full stack entrepreneur. And that first one are the tools. What are the tools you use to be a full stack entrepreneur? So the first thing you do, if you type into Google, what are all the different startup tools? There are thousands. Many of you are familiar. MailChimp, Slack, Monday.com, Asana, Trello, you name it, there are dozens to hundreds to thousands of tools. Pick a set. Get good, not just good, get great at a set of tools. Because what happens, I see all the time, is entrepreneurs keep changing the tools. Oh, this project's medical, so I need to change the tools I use. No. Find a tool set, master them, be a MERN full stack developer, right? Be a whatever it is, pick your tool set and master it. That's the first thing, is to get the tools right. But tools aren't enough. Entrepreneurs aren't just programmers, right? We have to do a lot more. The other thing we have to build is a team. Now, most people do this, and I've done it a lot. We come up with an idea and we say, oh my gosh, I've come up with an idea for canned water. There it is. Amazing. Let me go build a team. Do you think the Brazilian team up here said, I found a match. We want to go play against America. Let's form a team. Did it work that way? No. They form a team, and then they go pick which matches they're going to compete in. My challenge to you is, how can you go pick your team in advance before you even come up with the idea? Find the people that you work with, that you're comfortable with, that you are masters with early on, because people are more important than your plans. The people are what will drive your success, not how well you plan it, because speed is more important than ever. And if you have to take the time to go through forming and storming of your team, you're running late now. Build your team in advance and then pull the people onto the field that you need for that new entrepreneur activity, right? Each one of them is going to have a value-added specialty, right? We don't have all goalies on a team or all strikers, right? We have a blended mix, and we pull off of our bench and put them out on the pitch to play a game of football, right? This will create reliability. Just like you have tools that you can rely on, your team will be known, and you can now rely on that. And that experience together, just like a football team, will make you far, far more effective. So that's the second T. The third T is training. Just like football players train every day, you as an entrepreneur need to be training every day. Now, I don't mean training like go sign up for a computer science class. Oh, that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about learning by doing. Train yourself, learn the tools, learn to work with your team, then train your team. Practice together, work on a little side project over a weekend so that you get used to working together and you learn how each other works. When you do that, you will find that you actually have a new capability of training your customer. What does that mean? It means that you're comfortable with who you're working with, and they're comfortable with working with you. They've learned what that means. And of course, if you do that, you can train the ecosystem. Your vendors, your partners, everyone can become involved. So it's a really valuable element of that. And the fourth T is timing. The hardest thing in entrepreneurship is timing. I guarantee you it is harder than anything else in entrepreneurship. Timing is critical. It is more important than anything else in entrepreneurship. You can have the greatest team, you can have the greatest concept, you can have the best patents, you can have the best opportunity, and if you don't time it right with the market, you will lose. I've done it dozens of times, right? So the best way I have found to look at timing as a team and as a full stack entrepreneur is to do trend analysis. And one of the most common famous ones is what's called PESTLE. It's political, economic, social, technological. Anyone know what E and L are? Environmental and legal. So I literally sit down with my team and I get a big board and I draw 6 boxes and I put in PESTLE, and then I say, are the political trends going in our favor? Are the environmental trends going in our favor? Are the economic trends going in our favor? Because if we're all going in that direction, guess what you just did? You gave yourself permission to make mistakes and it not kill your business. But if all the trends are going this way and you're trying to go that way, one mistake and those trends will knock you over. And that is the death nail for many companies. So find a way to move the trends, look for the trends, time it so the trends are going in your favor and you're in a good position to capitalize on that. Because again, speed is key. Speed, 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 speed. I cannot emphasize enough. We are in a world today that is moving 10 times faster from an entrepreneur's perspective than me standing right here on this exact same stage 1 year ago. Most people don't realize that. We are moving 10 times faster today than we were 1 year ago. Are you ready for it? You better be. That is why you become a full stack entrepreneur now, is to build the speed and effectiveness. You figure out what tools you're going to use so you're good at them. You're a master of that. You take those tools, you nail those down. You don't become okay at them. You master your stack of tools. You're then going to train yourself on those tools to become a master, and you're going to train your whole team. But that means you have pre-recruited your team. You have found that group of people that you're going to work with on whatever project comes up. I have a business partner that I have worked with for 22 years. Every single entrepreneurial venture we have ever worked on, we have worked on together for the last 22 years. He is a known team member to me. He will be on every team that I ever do for the rest of my life because I know him, I trust him, I can work with him, and it's going to be effective. And of course, once you do that, find those trends, you sit down, you talk about the pestle analysis. Are we going in the right direction? Perfect, let's run. We have the opportunity now to move faster than ever, and these 4 T's can help you accomplish that. So what are the key takeaways from today? What are the things I hope you walk away with other than South Summit is the most amazing platform for entrepreneurship and innovation that we have ever seen in all of the world? Well, one is preparation. If you think about it, everything I mentioned was about preparing for the opportunity. It's not starting with the opportunity, it's starting with the preparation for the opportunity, so when it shows up, you have your full stack ready to go, right? Most entrepreneurs react to opportunity. You should consider preparing for opportunity by having yourself as a full stack entrepreneur. Speed is going to outperform strategy moving forward. You have to have strategy, but speed is going to dominate where we go from here. People are still the core. So while some of you may take away, oh, I just need to come up with my tools, it's only 1 T. You got to get the other 3 in as well, and people are the core of that, and it's massively important. But I also want to give you some permission to take it easy on yourself. You could walk out of here and say, well, I'm not a master of all these tools, I don't have a team built, I'm not ready for this. Start small. Grow your capabilities in stages. It's okay to not jump into a full-scale concept at the beginning. Work yourself up. You didn't start playing soccer in the World Cup. Sorry, football, right? In the World Cup. You start as a little kid kicking a little ball around on dirt with no shoes, right? And you work your way up, and eventually you become an amazing soccer player or football player, right? That's kind of what you want to do. Let yourself grow with your team over time. Revenue is better to chase after in almost all cases than funding from an investor. I know there are investors in the audience. I'm sorry. I would rather get money from a customer that's paying for something I've created than get money from an investor who wants to make money off of me. I make money off a customer. Investors make money off of me. I would rather chase customers than investors. So pitches are wonderful. Pitch competitions are great, but revenue is better than all of that, in my view. And the final thing I'll mention is that we tend to think in entrepreneurship about how little we have, how few resources we have. I need more help. I need more resource. Might be true, but if you shift your mind to believe that you live in an abundant society and that you can conquer anything that you want because it's all out there for you to take now, there are no distinctions, you will realize this final point, which is there has never been a better time in the history of humankind to be an entrepreneur. You are at the exact time that you want to be at. And I challenge you to take advantage of that by trying to become a full stack entrepreneur. If I can be of any help with that, please feel free to connect. I'm on WhatsApp, You can follow me on LinkedIn, whatever's good. I'm happy to connect. My goal is to help us build bridges. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Porto Alegre. And most importantly, thank you, South Summit, for such a great event.
Oh my God, I'm motivated. Yes. Let's go, David. See you next year.
Yep.
See you next year. Last year, David talked a lot about AIs and capabilities. It was amazing. And our next panel now, it's about ESG in fashion, responsible supply chain and other sustainable solutions. And to moderate, I call to the stage Marina Sirotsky, board member at Maromar Investimentos, and to debate Beto Bina, co-founder at Farfar, Gabriela Cirne Lima, CEO at Grupo Malvi, e Fernando Bosco, CEO at Privalia. Sejam bem-vindos, por favor.
Alô? Bom dia. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marina Sirotsky. I'm very happy to be here with you. It's great to see, a full auditory, a full room here today, understanding that we had so many things going on last night. So thank you very much to privilege us with your presence here. You're not going to regret it being here, because these three guys here are stars in sustainable fashion industry. So I'm here with Gabriela. I'm going to start with the ladies, of course. Gabriela, CEO of Malvi, a woman in front of a company of over 50 years. They invest in sustainable fashion. They look at the whole chain. Fernando from Privalia, which is a digital hub that works with stocks of inventory of companies and foster, environmental sustainability. And Beto Bina, founder of Farm, that works the entire production chain, linking companies that want to connect with the producer. So I'm going to start asking all three of you, tell us a little bit how you work ESG, sustainability in your companies. And I'm going to start with Gabriela. Well, good morning, everyone. It's great.
As a gaúcha from the States, to see the South Summit, it's awesome. I started in the world of fashion, and sustainability came into my life pretty much in 2013 with the disaster of the Rana Plaza and the movement of the fashion revolution. And I started studying on the topic, and I wanted to research what were the companies in Brazil that were referenced in sustainability in order to go more in depth. And that's how Malvi and my connection started. Malvi is a textile industry, from the textile to the consumer. We manufacture 3 million pieces a year, and we have a very long chain because it goes from the textile to the end consumer. And since we are an industry at Malvi, the environmental impact, ESG, is very relevant because we work with three pillars. We work with water, we work with energy, and clean chemicals. So today, our entire manufacturing process uses 20% less water than any other textile industry in Brazil. We work with the reutilization. Our chemicals, we work with clean chemicals, because clean chemicals means that the chemicals go back into the water, right? So that's why we need to work with clean chemicals. And our energy is 100% renewable. We develop replacements for natural gas for cavacos, for fossil energy, for renewable energy. And so there's this whole environmental impact thing involved. In terms of raw materials, we work with almost 80% of sustainable cotton, socially sustainable and Brazilian as well. When we started becoming part of the movement Sou Algodão. I am for cotton from the Brazilian Association for the producers and producers of cotton in the country, and that ensures dignified labor conditions as well. And the G, which is the S, and then in G, I was an advisor at Malvi for 2.5 years. It's a company that has 5 out of 4 members are independent advisors. There are the committees that report to the board, the ESG committee, the operations committee, the digital transformation committee. They look into the future of the company, always with an important report for the board. And 8 months ago, I took over the role of CEO of the company, and I'm very happy to do so because it's a way for me to work in a place where it has a lot to do with my purpose and Malvi's purpose, which is to invest and embrace, and that the planet was made to last. Thank you, Gabriela. Fernando? Well, guys, first of all, thank you for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to share a little bit about this such a relevant topic. It's a pleasure to be next to Gabriela, who is the CEO of one of our long-standing partners, Grupo Malvi, and I'm CEO of Privalia. And I really like to talk about this subject because Privalia has the privilege of operating in a model that allows us to be much more than a sustainable company. We work very hard to be sustainable in our operations, but also, more than that, we are a sustainable agent for the entire chain, for all the brands. Through what we do, we help out the brands, we help out the textile industry to become more sustainable. And why is that? Why is that so important? Because it's an industry that has a role and an impact that it's extremely relevant in society, especially due to its potential for waste and for environmental impact. There's a research and a report from the Ellen MacArthur report that says that between 15-20% of what's produced is discarded before going into the stores. And that represents, in terms of environmental impact, of course, obvious. And also, there's a financial impact as well. We're talking about more than $500 billion worth of impact. And what Privalia does to help out, we are a great digital hub that helps out brands to sell their low circulating stocks or past collections. We are a platform that's 100% digital, connecting more than 600 brands internationally and nationally for more than 19 million clients, registered clients that access our platforms every day. We have an average of 500,000 daily visits, and through these visits, we're able to connect. And with that, we're able to help out brands to waste less and to be able to sell products that probably wouldn't have any destination. So we're talking about sustainability here. We're talking about the reduction of environmental impact through the reduction of discards, waste through more efficiency. And we increasingly see a bigger opportunity to become more sustainable in a more efficient way. And we come with the efficiency into the environmental sustainability part, financial sustainability part as well, because to become sustainable, you need to be financially viable as well. And of course, governance, because how do we work with these partners so that we can ensure that this entire chain be as efficient as possible? So that's a topic that we've always worked with. We always like to reinforce that at Privalia. We reinforce that with our clients. And once again, I'm really happy to be here to discuss with you a little bit more about this topic. Beto. Hi, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Beto Bina. I'm founder of Farfarm. Very briefly about me, my background is in strategy consulting. I was born in Porto Alegre, then went to São Paulo, then to New York. And so I was an entrepreneur. I was in New York. I was strategy director for a digital company. So I left the corporate world, went to the Amazon, I went for the ayahuasca. I went for a self-knowledge path, and I went out of the strategy. And my company now is focused on productive chains, and so we involve chains, especially in for fashion. Yes, for other clients. We work with Natura, for example, with Terra, with Renner, which is a super client of ours, where we develop productive chains through organic, sustainable, and reforestation issues. We also make this connection with the families that provide us since the agricultural cultural families, cotton, and with the rubber and the Amazon. So everything that regenerates in the nature. So we promote social movement and we tell stories as well. Thank you. Gabriela, let me ask you a question. How did Malvi start investing in sustainability, and how does Malvi engage its partners in order to achieve all of that we were talking about? Well, we don't know exactly when it started because Malvi is a family business more than 55 years now. The values of the family, it's a family that has the DNA of sustainability in its veins. That's very strong. And so we took that into Malvi. And she took to Malvi the values of sustainability since the inception, to do things well done. We do things for the well-being of people, for the well-being of the business and the people. So when we have a vision such as that and a productive chain that is extremely extensive internally, then we have a strong control in order to maintain all of these processes and the initiatives going in a very sustainable way. And when we talk about supply chain, to take this abroad, especially on the supplier side, we want to ensure that all of the materials, they come from certified sustainable products, and inside the chain, we need to take that into the production, which is done externally, which is the stitching and the sewing, because we are a signatory, for example, for BVTEX that ensures dignified labor conditions. We have inspections and the development of these factions of these small industries to help them out as well in the process. And on the consumer side, I think Malvi has a very important role because of the type of products that we manufacture. It's very timeless. Our product is timeless, has a lot of quality. It's durable. Our products are durable. They have a long shelf life, and it allows for the reutilization, goes from generation to generation. I came here today, somebody told me about an old commercial of Malvi's, which was a white t-shirt, and the family would then start writing the son's story on that t-shirt when he was little. So when he was little, he got that t-shirt as a present, and the t-shirt is still he's going to pass it on to his son, and so on through generations. So it's really exciting to see that all the care that we have internally, we're able to pass that on with the suppliers. We're able to work with our own ethics code with suppliers and with partners like BVTEX in production, and with the consumers as well, with partners like Privalha, who also helps us out to give destination to these, because since we work in fashion, of course there's a lot of residual things, and so how can we use these
Então, é muito bacana ver que tudo que a gente faz,
create new collections with these pieces, these residual pieces. So it's really exciting to be able to do this and also contribute to all the stakeholders as well. Perfect. Since we're talking about consumers, Fernando, tell us a little bit about Privalha. It has access to consumer behavior, Brazilian consumer behaviors, right? All of the clients. Do you think that Brazilians are open to the sustainable fashion idea? Tell us a little bit about this consumer behavior. It's interesting that you mentioned consumers, because it also helps us make a connection with what Gabriela was saying, because we are a hub. At the end of the day, we have a very deep relationship with our brands, and we also have a deep knowledge of all of our consumer base. Because we work as a digital platform, 90% of all the traffic is either digital via app, so we know all about the consumer behavior. And of course, we help brands, and we can also help them out with what they have in terms of residual things and to reuse this. But then we started thinking, but how can I also help the brands, even though there's no residual products? And when we started thinking with the brands, and then we started thinking, how can we help them out? For example, if there's production capacity, if there's raw material, and just to understand what the consumer likes to consume, we connected factory, raw material, and the needs of the consumer. And in addition to operating the brands with what's actually residual in terms of stock, we also help them out in raw materials in order to avoid the discard of that raw material as well. So, and yes, consumers are increasingly attentive to sustainability. They are concerned with brands that are concerned with sustainability as well. But I think the greatest challenge of the brands is how can we be sustainable and at the same time efficient, and going to one end where we can have a viable price that the consumer will want to purchase. Because the dilemma is at the same time how to be sustainable without being costly, only being more efficient. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge of the companies, to be efficient with enough in order to be sustainable and to get to the other end by bringing a product, the correct product for the consumer. Perfect. Beto, we know that you can't be sustainable by yourself. We need a collective effort. I know that Farfarme has many projects going on, and also with financing with foreign governments. In Brazil, we have these. Do we have these governmental incentives? What's actually lacking in Brazil? But in Brazil, there are some incentives, but what we try to do is to bring solutions from financing from abroad in order to create these productive chains. These productive chains, I think, the brands in the past, they were something externality. Let's put it this way. But we are seeing crises because of these productive chains, or productive chains that bring value and brand perception. For example, what we try to do is to bring funds, and I'm not a specialist in investment, but I can try to explain a little bit about blended finance, which are public funds, for example, especially from Europe, with brand resources so they can unite these materials and to create the change. So if you want to have social impact and you work with communities, for example, of 100 families in the middle of the Amazon, or it's very difficult for a brand to finance that by itself. And so we need a transformation that's pretty much urgent. And if we take a step back, when we look at Brazil's history is told through raw materials. Since Pau Brasil tree, going through rubber and sugarcane, gold, and they left us with a lot of inequality and poverty. And we look at this, now our agriculture is, we talked about commodities with not a lot of added value. In Brazil, less than 1% of cotton is organic. Malvi is one of the few companies who's able to invest and conduct some work with organic cotton. But I think this change needs to exist, and it's not a change only in brand, but it's a systemic change. And that's why we try to find financing from abroad in order to accelerate these social environmental impacts and productive chains. Perfect. Fernando, you mentioned a little bit about sustainable products, and they're usually more pricey. And you talked about environmental sustainability and economic sustainability. They need to go hand in hand. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I think that's the greatest challenge for companies. Technology has a role that's essential. For me, it's very clear that technology is all about democratizing things and make things simpler. I think we have an opportunity, a transformation in the world that's happening in the world currently through internet, artificial intelligence, through a more intensive technology that's simplifying processes actually and making things more efficient. And it's up to us, I think, Marina, to try to define how we can apply that technology into our companies, to transform our companies or processes in order to use and bring more efficiency. For example, Privalia is exactly the technology. We are 100% digital, right? Applied in order to make processes, companies, and partners more efficient. It's using technology to help our partners to take their products to the market digitally, democratizing the brand. It's interesting that we conducted a survey where 60% of our consumers, they find and access brands on the first access with Privale, and in these cases, most of them say that they would go back since they had this first experience of Privale, because they would actually go back to the stores and pay full price. So you can see we're democratizing access. We're democratizing the brands as well to take their products, to bring their products to more people, and to democratize technology so we can make companies more sustainable. Privalha is just one of the tools. What are the other tools? How can we apply technology in order to democratize more, to transform things, and to make us more sustainable without costing more? I think that sustainability is increasingly becoming closer to quality. You can't charge more for sustainability because your company or your product has more quality. I think it's an obligation. Sustainability will soon start becoming an obligation as well. It's not only an advantage being sustainable. I think it's the minimum thing. It's the least that we can expect for people. So you can't charge a premium for being sustainable. The question is, how can I do that? And I need to be very efficient. I need to adopt technology in order to turn my processes more efficient, make them more efficient, and to join hands with my partners, because it's becoming increasingly difficult to do everything at home. There's no time, and it's very costly. So what we need to do? We need to unite ourselves, because then we can do more and more fast. So who are the specialists in each of these topics, in order to engage these specialists in a common purpose and to take this purpose to more people? So, and just how does Malvi does that, Gabriela, as well? Well, I believe that the secret to do this sustainability in a more accessible way for us, I think it's called innovation and partnership. Due to the fact that we are a reference in sustainability, we have a lot of access to partners and innovations that are in the market. We sign a lot of NDAs for new technologies that we end up testing inside in more sustainable ways for fashion. And when we start doing these partnerships and they actually go right, we create the process, and our volume allows us to scale. So the fusion, the uniting of the company to bring innovation and working together and to test these innovations, and then we're able to scale to the volume that we're able to do with our processes, so we can reach that formula in order to position ourselves and to take to the consumer this idea. Because in industrial terms, we say that in sustainability, we talk about numbers and indexes, and sometimes for the end consumer, we want to propose, like, to manufacture jeans with a glass of water. So we need to give them names and tell them that we're using less water, and use that in the language that the end consumer will understand and perceive the value of sustainability in the product that he's wearing.
Great. Well, Beto, Brazil is going through a very important moment in terms of sustainability. We're going to have the COP 30 in Belém next year, which is a United Nations conference about climate change. So how can we work sustainably in the production of fashion? Well, I'm very excited about this moment of Brazil, because I mean we missed many opportunities back in the day, AI, Industry 4.0. But there's something that I think that is a great opportunity for us, is the diversity we have in the forest, the Amazon forest, the biggest forest in the world, and in terms of the producers that work with biodiversity and production in terms of fashion. So it's not a matter of Brazil having the opportunity, but the world, think about it, the world cannot have Brazil not taking advantage of such opportunity. And brands must look at this. So if I were to give you one hint, and I don't want to be technical about this, but we talk about carbon scope 1, 2, and 3. So the first one is company-wise, 2 is where the energy come from, and 3 is in terms of your raw materials. A lot of people talk about, scope 3, but not a lot of people deal with 1 and 2. Only 10% of brands track the origin of their raw materials. So they fit into the agricultural model we have nowadays. So to Brazil has the opportunity to be a protagonist in to combat the climatic changes that we're going through nowadays. Since we have a few minutes more, I'm going to have one question for each one of you. What are the emerging trends in terms of sustainability that will reshape the fashion industry, and how can industry prepare for such changes? I'm gonna, just take advantage of what they said earlier. Regenerative projects and sustainable projects cannot be more expensive. They cannot have a premium price. So because my client is not segmented that way, we have to try to get funding from all sorts of ways. So this is about systemic innovation and not, specific innovation. Well, I'm now my turn. Well, I believe that circular design is key, because in terms of fashion, you cannot only create the product and not think about the circularity of, the product itself. So we hear a lot of companies talking about sustainability, but they still keep a creative process linear. So we gotta think about a very circular product from the creation of the product. Well, I reiterate everything that you guys said, and collaboration is key, because the world is becoming faster and faster and bringing more opportunities, and you cannot do everything on your own. You have to collaborate, you have to keep your head up, and more we need to come up with questions, and not only with answers, and we have to learn how to ask the right questions to be aware of opportunities of collaboration, and of course the circular economy in terms of the raw materials and even the final product is something that must happen and will happen. So the reutilization of materials, fostering the opportunity for people to exchange products and clothing that you have. Think about it, how many pieces of clothing you haven't used in a while. So why not put them back into the market? Someone may use them, and that's something that technology can help. All right, so we have 2 minutes. Final message. Fashion reshapes culture. But when we think about it, fashion is is hostage to other industries and fashion can influence culture. So we have to pivot things and turn the fashion industry into an industry that does not only pollute. Well, in my perspective, fashion can be a vector of change, taking into consideration everything that we discussed here. Well, of course, fashion can lead to change. Fashion is a reference in terms of culture, and it has a very important role as a hub of new ideas, of innovation, not only in terms of sustainability, but in terms of technology as well. I'm very happy to be discussing here at South Summit about fashion, technology, sustainability, because fashion must have a more relevant role in these pillars, sustainability and technology. and they gotta, be implemented together and I really want Privalia to unite, brands, technology, and to become a reference in terms of a more sustainable world, more effective brands and consumers that can find in Privalia and in the brands partners where they find sustainable products. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. It was a pleasure to talk to you. I thank all of you that joined us today for the discussion. Thank you. A round of applause. Certainly, fashion has always been a pioneer in the internet, in the influencer culture, and also in this new world. All right, so guys, Privalia, Malvi, make sure you guys give credit to these guys that are here, committing to a positive impact, and they need your support to put into practice everything that we are discussing here at the South Summit stage. All right, let's continue with the program.
Keynote is Green Finance Revolution, how the G20 can catalyze private capital for climate solutions. This presentation will cover success stories and strategies for using Zendesk to improve customer experiences and drive business scalability. Let's understand how their platform aids startup growth. So welcome to the stage, Luciana Ribeiro, founder and managing partner at EB Capital. Aê, minha xará! Ó, minha xará, deem uma salva de palmas para minha xará aqui, gente. Último dia, vamos lá.
Boa, pessoal. Em primeiro lugar, eu sou gaúcho.
First of all, I'm from Rio Grande do Sul, but I live in São Paulo. It's a great pleasure to be here with so many friends, my family here as well. And it's great to discuss a subject that I love so much to such a great audience. Okay, I'm going to talk about green financing, which is less complicated. In 2006, Al Gore, ex-vice president of the United States, he made a remark that is very well known, named Inconvenient Truths, because he was promoting a global campaign trying to generate awareness in terms of climate change. 20 years ago, there was a lot of doubt in terms of whether or not we're walking towards, natural disasters. And Al Gore nowadays, he calls himself an optimist because, solutions are now being adopted in a very large scales. And when we talk about climate change, I like to frame this in three stages. The first one is to acknowledge the problem. The second one is to create solutions. And finally, and I'm optimistic myself, the stage where we execute solutions, we implement the solutions at a high speed rate. When we talk about acknowledging, I don't think anyone doubts that unfortunately nowadays that we're facing a moment of climate change with more frequent disasters. When I created these presentations, I wasn't aware that in the first day of the event, we would have this high heat wave and then this, tropical storm at the end of the day. So, unfortunately, I don't have to talk a lot about that because we went through that, during the event. These extreme situations with more frequent disasters. So the good news about this is that everyone knows how we can solve the problem. We have to decarbonize the economy, because from the moment we wake up and brush our teeth, go to work or go to sleep, everything that we do, unfortunately, the way things work, we pollute the atmosphere with CO2. We didn't know back in the day that this would happen, but the truth is that our entire economy is based on CO2 emissions. And the solution is to eliminate those emissions from energy to transportation all the way to the production in the industries. And the good news is that more and more we're finding solutions, technologies for renewable energy. We know what must be done. And this is a very important fact here. Solutions nowadays are solutions that bring economic opportunities. Because if you don't consider economy and how these solutions can be interesting for private capital, for the private sector, we're not going to move forward. But there are opportunities nowadays. And a good example is like a solar panel. Now, this graph starts right in the year I was born, from 1977 all the way to now. The cost of a solar panel fell dramatically. Back in the day, it would cost $76, and nowadays it costs less than 30 cents of a dollar. And this reduction of the cost of a solar panel makes this solution viable, because no one would imagine having solar panels because they were expensive. Nowadays, many of us actually do that because it makes sense from an economic perspective. Many countries, especially developed ones, became aware that the transition to a green economy became an opportunity of growth to them. The European Union, since the COVID pandemic, launched this program to renew their industries based on this green revolution. And the United States also had launched the Inflationary Reduction Act that invested more than $1 trillion to renew its economy, focusing on this green transition. But what is the problem? Well, despite the fact that the developed countries implemented mechanisms to foster the green transition, the developing countries in the southern hemisphere of the world, because perhaps they don't have so much money to invest in this transition, are slower. And we understand there is a necessity to rethink what these developing countries are doing. There is a need for the entire planet as a whole unite to foster this green transition. There has never been in the history of the world such a critical problem such as climate change. So, it doesn't matter really if the developed world reduces their carbon emissions if the rest of the world doesn't, because this solution needs to be global, because you cannot separate emissions by country, because if one emits more than it should, that's a problem for everyone. And above that, the point of sustainability of the green transition is an opportunity of a social effect that can capital and generate opportunities for developing countries. So just like Al Gore, I'm an optimist. So despite this climatic disasters, the heat waves, I like to look at the good point of things. So I believe that we have never had such a great moment to tackle this problem because people are aware of the problem, people are concerned about the problem. So how do we scale? How do we scale the solutions in terms of a collective solution that can solve the problem? How do we bring technological information and revolution to solve the problem in a scalable way? As I said in the beginning, there are 3 stages. We have to acknowledge the problem, we have to understand what the solutions are, and finally to execute. Also, I said that nowadays we know that the problem exists, we know the origin of the problem, we know what the solutions are, but think about it, where's the execution problem? In my opinion, is lack of financing to execute that, especially in developing countries which don't have a budget to accelerate this transition. So, and what is the good news? Now, since I told you that I'm an optimist, the good news is that mechanisms to foster financing are clear now. We gotta use government funds, private funds to escalate the solutions. Also, the good news is that this set of solutions can help to further develop a social change and inclusive change worldwide. This year, Brazil is the leader of the G20, which which unites the 20 top economies in the world, and whoever hosts the meeting chooses the themes that are more important globally for discussions. So the 2 main points that will be discussed in the next G20 is the inclusion of the population and sustainability. And in this context,
especially in countries in development, they created this as a main topic. How can we leverage financing? How can we leverage financial resources in order to ensure that climatic solutions can be scalable, especially in developing countries? Brazil, and we as Brazilians know that we have a almost natural leadership into the green transition. We have an energy matrix that's 90% clean. Just for you to have an idea, most of the developed countries plan to reach 90% of their energy matrix, clean energy matrix in 20-30 years, and we already have that today. So today, in fact, in addition to having the Amazon and to having the critical minerals, we definitely have a leadership in this green matter. And because we are leaders of the G20, this gives us a lot of legitimacy in that topic. When G20 is installed, there are a number of trails developed at the same time. B20 is one of them. It means Business 20, where private capital gets together with the governments and communicates the greatest issues that are in the way of these goals being met. I was an honor to be invited to be leader of the task force for finance and infrastructure, where we have been conducting this discussion on how to leverage finances of climatic transitions. And like I said, I'm a glass half full kind of person, and I'm optimistic. I think we are at the right moment in order to make that transition in climatic transition happen. And I'm also an optimistic in regards to Brazil because I think Brazil is in the right position and at the right moment to become one of the leaders in this transition. And I think that increasingly our civil society and private capital, we need to do our part in this movement. So I call upon all of you to be a part of it. Thank you. Lu, tell me, there's an urgency, right? It's not just, oh no, we have to commit ourselves to 2030 and 2050. No, I think the 2050 goal should be done by 2030, right? Without a doubt. If we don't start doing right now, we're going to be in trouble. Just look at the previous year. Unfortunately, we beat all of the climatic records in history. We had the hottest July in this history. August, September, hottest in history. Good news was she wants to give me good news. The hottest, the hottest, the hottest. Let's look at the glass full, okay? We know what we have to do. We need to accelerate it. And this is the moment for it. It's a global union in order to accelerate these solutions. True. Thank you, Lu. Thank you, guys. A round of applause. And that's why that we at the South Summit, one of our tracks is climate change. We from Rio Grande do Sul have the perfect word for what needs to be done. We need to start doing. We need to be faster. People are just, like Lu said, everyone is just in their comfort zone. We need to be faster in order to deal with climatic change.
Brazil economic trends will show us insights on Brazil's economic trends, pinpointing prime areas for innovation, explore emerging trends, leverage advantages, and uncover the country's strengths for strategic growth. O Odd não pôde vir, teve imprevisto, mas nós vamos seguir aqui com o debate.
Odd couldn't be here. He had an unpredictability, but
Machado, partner at CMT, Úrsula Monteiro, Bradesco PNVC, Radar, General Manager of Sustainable Fuels at Petrobras, e Leonardo Lamacchia, President at OAB. Bem-vindos, gente. Bem-vindos. Seja bem-vindo.
Bom dia a todos. Muito bem.
Everybody, welcome.
Hoje o desafio, né, de superar
We have a challenge ahead of us in order to overcome the expectations. Unfortunately, Aoji had an unpredictability. He could be here with us today, but let's continue our panel, and I'm going to start calling you guys to tell us what is expectation from Bradesco, how's the venture capital market in Brazil, and what are the trends that you're seeing ahead of us. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. We are expecting a more optimistic 2024. We've been coming from 2 very difficult years in terms of venture capital due to a scarcity of capital. And before, I would like to give you a recap before giving you the good news that 2024, we expect it to be better. But we come from a scenario where there was a decrease in interest rate and with expectation of decrease in inflation that favors investment in venture capital. But just to make a parallel and to show you where we're at today, I just wanted to show you a little bit of what happened in 2021 and 22 and 23. The scenario in 2021 was an very low interest rate globally that attracted a lot of capital internationally and from many other investors that weren't used to investing in alternative assets in order to invest in venture capital. This excess of capital generated a lot of capitalized startups, very elevated valuations, and a trend of behavior of these startups to grow at any cost. What happened is that a change in economic scenario, which was caused by a lot of factors like the accelerating increase of inflation, the happening of the Silicon Valley Bank, and so there was a scarcity in capital. All of this generated a scarcity, and this scarcity generated made these startups that before they were all unicorns, and so they had to start acting as camels, or that is more resilient with a lot more responsibility due to cash flow burn or structure. So this difficulty, the scarcity of capital in 2022-23 was called the winter for startups, and thus generated 2 years of a lot of learning. And this learning today can be translated into companies that are more prepared startups. It's a market as a whole. It's an ecosystem that's more mature. When you talk about all the players, the funds that are acting and making these more defined valuations, these valuations that are more adjusted. So we expect that for 2024, with a more mature market and with more prepared startups to face this market and they have organized their finances, and they're more camels than unicorns, more resilient, that is, then we expect that they will bring a harvest of more active venture capital this year. Cool. Thank you, Ursula. Hada, can you tell us a little bit about, we were just joking behind the scenes there, what can Petrobras tell us about in an innovation event? Excellent question, Rafa. I think, first of all, the name of the stage is Good Morning, everybody, before anything else. It's always good to be back home. I'm also from the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and the name of the stage is already pretty ambitious, the next big thing, right? And I'm sure that all of you have expectations for predictions and trends of things that are going to happen, and especially me coming from Petrobras, right? What I have to say in an event that talks about technology, capital, agility, and the connection that I'm going to try to build in here is what we've been doing as an institution in this entire movement. So obviously Petrobras has been here immersed in what we're seeing as a climatic emergency, right? That's more frequent. These natural phenomena are becoming more recurrent, and practically all of our revenue today comes from energy sources that emit carbon. So when we think that Petrobras will be the future, I think it's inevitable to think that how we can transform ourselves. And one of the paths that we're trying to explore is technological transformation. And that's how we're talking with all of the public in this event here on the stage. In the event today, we have the representative of the CVC Petrobras. I hope we have more news to bring you here, to bring you to the summit next year. Clarissa, who's here with me today. And so how can we make all of these things talk? A lot of the systems here, for example, use the term of artificial intelligence. And what actually enables for these solutions to happen is a great demand for energy. And what does that mean in terms of opportunity for Brazil? In a society that's increasingly going to punish the energies that emit carbon, Brazil becomes a very interesting player, because very few countries worldwide have a matrix with a proportion of generation of renewable energies such as Brazil. In addition, we also have the possibility for connections that are amazing. You can produce renewable energy in the south, put it in the grid, and a consumer in the southeast or in the northeast can consume that renewable electron. Petrobras, we recognize our gaps in terms of producing segments where we don't act, but we can support these technologies. And one of the more direct is how to transform these renewable electrons into renewable molecules. And that's part of my job. And we are working with biogas, carbon structures, and a lot of the companies, these startups that are here today, they are just full of ideas and trying to raise capital in order to enable their ideas. They are part of the very interesting ecosystem for our business. We are not only looking 5 to 10 years ahead, the consumption of energy, and we can say that it's a long-term trend. In the last 200 years, it grew exponentially, even with the increase of the efficiency of our consumption. When we project this for the future, we are going to see that this movement is still going to be exponential. I can't keep on emitting carbon the way I used to, so I have to look at these next 50, 100 years on how to reposition myself, how I can still be relevant, and Brazil is very well positioned in order to take stock of these opportunities. Thank you, Rada. Leonardo, in this scenario, in this context, legal security, is it relevant? Well, good morning. I wanted to say hello, Rafael Bica Machado, my colleague, lawyer, also in Sul, all of you. I don't understand anything about economy. And then you can ask me, why was I invited to this panel? Well, because I think the base of the economy is legal safety. So I think that invite for my being here is pretty much that. And we are facing a very delicate moment in Brazil where we are facing legal security, where we talk about social economic development and development of the country. And we have to have this pillar that's it's still segmented. And unfortunately, our Supreme Court, or the Supreme Federal Court, and some of the decisions, and I'm not generalizing, okay? And none of these generalizations are correct, but some of these decisions that come, we have a source of legal insecurity coming from the Supreme Court. Not only looking at what happens in decisions that violate the legal decisions, and I imagine that each one of you here, that you have their own political, ideological opinions, but legal process is part of the rule of the game, and it's applicable to everyone. Some of you may think it's pretty that the Supreme Court is making decisions because they're going against that political adversary, but in the future, if the rules of the games are going to keep on being hurt, that's going to change. So we can't defend the legal process because of our ideologies. In addition to the Supreme Court being involved in these decisions that actually hurt legal processes, the inquiry that was opened 5 years ago from the office that has no involvement with the public department, where a player is also a victim. So these inquiries, I think, hurt the principles of law. But we see other decisions coming from the Supreme Court that do not give us legal safety. Recently, and Rafael Bica knows this topic very well because it works with tax law. How can the investor look at Brazil in a serious way and invest significantly in order to develop our economy if one decision from the Supreme Court, a legal decision that's pillar? What is a judged process, and where there's judged and it's no longer being discussed, it can no longer be discussed, and that becomes judge, and that's how the Supreme reviewed these decisions. And other decisions of Supreme Court, the courts, they have as a role, they need to uniform the jurisprudence. So what does that mean? That to tell each one of us that if we adopt certain social conduct or business conduct, solutions from the standpoint of conduct is X. That's the role of the Supreme Court and all of the courts in the country. But the main court of the country, in terms of jurisprudence and organization of the legal system in Brazil, they make decisions that violate legal processes, and they are a source of legal insecurity. So how can other courts in the country look at it? So it's a topic that if we want to have economic development and a solid economy, we need to talk about. We cannot have our political biases. We need to work this together. Thank you, Leonardo. Ursula? You were also talking about the importance of very important milestones in the sectors. What do you see ahead of us, and especially specific in Bradesco? How are you positioning yourselves? Thank you, Rafael. Well, I think that if you're associated to a low income rate, to the mark of distribution generated and SDG, and the rules associated of all of this, and the legal mark of artificial intelligence, with all of that, they can collaborate so that the market will demand for solutions in that segment. And so startups with solutions, they will able to meet the criteria to fulfill the demand for all of this: energy tax, artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence. For this year of 2024, associated to the fintechs. And with this moment of revolution that we're going through, I guess, with, PIX, with DREX. So there's just a lot of technology around the financial system that also enables fintechs to be the focus this year and in for 2025 as well. And the edutechs and the startup companies that fulfill the solutions for health problems. So these are the solutions for our country. And so the solutions for these segments are going to be very demanded. And our vision in Bradesco, it's also the vision that was corroborated by many other funds. We are optimistic. There was Latam Tech report, which says that other investors and the founders as well are optimistic for a more structured market, for more organized startups, financially speaking. And everyone has learned. So I think the expectation is perhaps more diversified checks, a barrier for evaluation, a bar that's going to be higher, but funds are investing more in terms of cash flow burn, more responsible cash flow burn, and they become less unicorn and more camel. That's the expectation for 2024. Your comments was great, actually, and oftentimes there were cycles where people took advantage of it, and that was excellent, but there was a little bit of a bubble, let's say, and the bubbles have receded a little. Yes, Hada. The average Brazilian thinks that Petrobras is sort of a gift, it's part of our lives, it's always in the news, sometimes because of tense situations or not. But tell us a little bit how the market as a whole can see Petrobras, sees Petrobras, that's not in the news, that's not in these political disputes, but Petrobras, people like you who are always involved in the business. Rafa, we have a challenge, a huge challenge ahead of us in Petrobras. These are public data, so if you look at our business plan that was developed, we have the mission of allocating capital, and just to bring everything into focus now, it's legal security, safety, so that we can, costs, so we can enable these projects. So we have a challenge to allocate $100 billion in the next 5 years, and this $100 billion have to be divided into our most promising bets. I'm really liking this message that we saw actually in the last panel, and Ursula also brought the message of optimism, like we're used to saying, I'm faceiro, like happy, giddy, because I think that's the sentiment, real. That's the feeling. We are about to do these great changes from this technological standpoint, because I think that's the essence of the summit right here. And I see Petrobras as very well positioned to enjoy that trend. That's why we have all of this recognition. I think that there are a number of gaps. Like I said, we are a big company, yes, with a lot of people, with a lot of assets. It's very difficult, therefore, for you to demand from a company like ours a very agile decision at the level of what companies are used to doing. So what we're going in search for is to associate ourselves with these companies in order to enjoy and to complement with each other. When we talk about the context that's coming in the future, we see that to provide the world, in essence, there's going to be this rich world right from the axis of the United States and Europe, all of the green energy that is going to be demanded without abandoning the entire globe that's still going to be demanding energy that emits carbon.
We have India, we have Russia, you have the entire South America and Central America. So what we say is that we are going to be positioned in a very fair way. We are intensifying the investments in the low carbon economy, but we bid for it and won the Bay of Pelotas, because we understand that fossil fuels will still be necessary for the following years. So we invest in energy because that translates into quality of life for the population. Energy that is accessible, that is safe or reliable. You know what it is to not to have energy, and especially that is sustainable. So eventually we will be able not to emit any carbon whatsoever. So, it's almost 10:30. But I would like us to leave here with an optimistic view in terms of what is being done by institutions. Leonardo, you mentioned your concern and the concern we should have in terms of the legal insecurity that we have nowadays. But looking forward, do you see a scenario where these things are sorted out, where we can still rely on the legal system? Well, first thing to say is that we have a very diverse audience here. A lot of entrepreneurs here, though. So the first thing, in order for us to have legal security, is to have a lawyer. Because in Brazil, you need one. Of course, that our perspective is we root for this scenario to improve, but we need effective things that are not in place in Brazil nowadays. The legislative power should take actions for us to actually have more legal security in Brazil. Society is going through transformation. We're talking about these regulations of artificial intelligence because that must be discussed. Imagine, a deep fake of a video of a politician, for example, that can influence the elections. And even if the legal system can remove that video from the internet within a few days, still that's going to damage quite a lot the entire process. So there should be a debate to protect freedom of speech nowadays and freedom of press as well. But there's not a debate in place nowadays because the Congress is not being able to oversee what is being done by the judiciary power, the legal. And as I said in the first part of my participation here today, that, it's unacceptable once you think that the Supreme Court is damaging the legal process as a whole, a right which is a core of the constitutions that can only be changed by another power. So once the due legal process is damaged, you gotta also be concerned about activism within the Supreme Court, for example, that should be discussed by the legislative power but are not. But then you may ask, what if the legislative power is not actually doing their job? Wouldn't the Supreme Court have to intervene? Well, that depends, because if the legislative power is not moving forward, perhaps it's because there's no agreement. And if they cannot get to an agreement, is because society may not be prepared for that regulation. So, and that means that 11 ministries from the Supreme Court cannot take a decision for them. They were not elected. And there's another thing. The virtual court is also a problem. It's not public because the Supreme Court members, you cannot witness a debate amongst them. The lawyers cannot argue or argument in favor of the clients in such virtual courts. And that is a problem because the powers must be harmonic and independent. So it's important to observe that the respect to the autonomy, independence, and the harmony between powers. And also, some of these issues that are being discussed must take in place face to face, where people can also take part in the debate. So, there are some very important issues that affect directly on the economic development in the entrepreneurial initiatives. And if you analyze this scenario that I'm discussing right now that is negative, but that is taking place, you have to, come to the conclusion that Brazilians are courageous, they're brave, because, being an entrepreneur, despite all the challenges that Brazil puts in front of you, that's not for everyone. And OAB from Rio Grande do Sul is doing their part. We have been protecting the due legal process, just like we have repudiated the acts of the 8th of January 2023, we also challenge the bad practices of the Supreme Court, because democracy is nothing more than the empire of the law, which is the primary source of legal security for the people. And I want to mention Honório Lemes, which is a hero here in Rio Grande do Sul. And I think this synthesizes everything that is discussed here. So Honório Lemes said, we want laws that can govern man and not man that govern laws. This is all we need in Brazil nowadays. Leonardo, thank you very much for your comment. We have 5 minutes left. We gotta keep, our time, and starting with you, Rada. Well, I'm gonna, just cite Guimarães Rosa here, because it reflects how Petrobras will act. There's a lot of scenarios, and sometimes we don't have the best practices. And we are going to the market looking for partners from all sizes and all industries, technological partners, suppliers. And Guimarães Rosa says, it's with the good that we improve, that we become better. And this is the strategy for us to face the challenges we see forward. So guys, everyone should know that they can knock on your door because you can partner with them, right? So now, that is valid for us as well. We are very happy to be here at South Summit, an ecosystem of innovation. We've gone through difficult years, but we have new perspectives, investment funds, responsible companies, entrepreneurs who learned with their experiences. We have a pool of talent. The scenario is positive. We're excited. We are positive about the environment. So come to us. We from Inova Bradesco are very active in this segment, and we're very excited. Come talk to us. Well, thank you guys. As Leonardo mentioned, look for a lawyer, then knock on Bradesco and Petrobras doors. So that's a very strong beginning for all of you. Thank you very much.
Tá no vídeo. Foi ótimo, gente. Obrigado.
It was great. Thank you. Do you feel it? There's an energy here today. Now,
on culture, behavior, and consumption. And I'm going to answer the questions. What are the opportunities and challenges of this intersection of technology and societal change? Eu vou me dar o direito aqui de nosso palco tá bombando de apresentar nossos próximos panelistas em português.
I will present the next panelists in Portuguese. We have here Gabriela Tomazetto. She's an influencer for women on TikTok. When You talk to women, she makes a difference in TikTok Brazil. This is a dear friend. I'm not crazy, because last week I was SSW already was, Gabi was already there. And together we have from the group RBS, my friend who was having a birthday here last year, Luciano Potter and Gabriela Comazetto. Let's give them a big hand. Wonderful. Hello, good morning. How are you? How are you? Are you fine? I don't want to be the boring guy who makes people speak. Let's give a big hand to Gabriela. Can I call you Gabi? Okay. One thing that's so interesting about this big company is we can start by the beginning. How did you end at TikTok? Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Last year I was here on this stage as well. This is an amazing event, and congratulations to the organizers. I arrived at TikTok at the pandemic, and in March 2020 I got a call from the company saying, well, Gabriela, we'd like to talk to you, etc. So I used to work at Facebook at Meta, and we were insecure about the pandemic and everything, and I started talking to TikTok. I have 4 daughters, and through the lenses of my daughters, I started to see the impact of the platform. I started to see the transformation of the behavior, the language they were learning, the engaging, and the impact in culture and behavior. And I said, well, there's something big coming. Then I started going deeper. It was March 2020. And then I said, okay, I'm coming. And I arrived at TikTok at the end of 2020 to do the operation for business in Brazil. And after, they asked me to do the same for Latin America. Now I take care of 13 countries all around Latin America. And I have been learning so much, learning about new cultures and looking through different sets of lenses. Well, I have 4 daughters. This is what you said. 13 countries. Huh? Your day has 75 hours. And 2 dogs, you see. So, yeah, how do you have time for everything? How do you forget your problems? Are they teenagers? The 4 of them. 2 of them are grown up. One is 21, one is 18, one is 15, and one is 12. And the dogs are 9 and 6. So everything in my house happens every 3 years. These big companies, they take over our lives. I'm talking about a customer, and then we have responsibilities. How do you deal with that? How does TikTok see these abilities? Because we know that the society, the politicians, everybody's talking about this. So how about this weight in the life of people? TikTok was born when you have a lot of regulation, which is very important for us. So we have this privilege to be born in this universe. So we have the safety for the community. This is priority 1, 2, and 3. We have the community talking about everything that can be done, how you can do inside the platform. And we take this very, very seriously. This is fundamental. It's like the foundation of TikTok. And we have the huge privilege TikTok, if you think we are a social network, we are a platform for entertainment. I don't know if Marcia and Nadia are here, if they listen to me and the daughter. She's wonderful. At TikTok, it doesn't matter who you are. You are relevant because you have content. So Nadia will open TikTok for the first time and she'll tell the platform, I like sports because the family is made of, I like fashion, I like health, I like education. Based on that, based on what she brings, we start building the algorithm of the TikTok. Each one of us in this room has a personalized experience. What we see nowadays, and this is more and more relevant. No matter what the product or the service, I want the platform to understand me. So, we are in a culture top-down, and we are giving voice to everyone. And we see how we have so many creators of content. Gabi Comazeta, I have a video where I have 8.7 million visualizations. It's not about who follows Gabriela, but it's the story that I'm about to tell. So I invite you to use and to create content. And we have more than 1 billion people talking about everything that is relevant to understand how to deal with that. Well, I cannot solve TikTok in my life. And here, this is my Instagram. This is going to change after this conversation, right? So TikTok, everybody says it's the place for the little dance thing. So the platform started to grow with these people dancing. And just for you to know, dancing is not in the top 10 contents, right? You don't need to dance, right? You don't need to dance, does it? Yeah. We have thousands of teachers. Do you have teachers here? We have thousands of teachers teaching through TikTok. I have the daughter of a friend and the daughter of Alarik from Record, Yasmin. She told me what she saw at TikTok, and she was making the test for entering the university in the last year. She's going to be a doctor in the future. She was using the platform to study for medicine, and she said, I could only solve some of the questions in the university entrance tests because I saw the explanation on TikTok. So who likes to read here? Well, we have something special for every person. You have communities with some interests in common. We have at TikTok a search tool. It's amazing, I recommend. And then you go for book talk. You are in this universe giving tips of authors, books, talking about relevant books, and I am super book talker. I am reading the 8th books. Have you heard about Colin Hoover? I only talk about Colin Hoover, and it's called This Is How It Ends. And here it went viral. And then said calling, continuation, what happened with Lily, etc. And this is how she dedicates the last page for TikTok. She said, I never imagined I would write a sequence of a book, but I cannot deny it from the community. So the last book is reminders of him, and the last page of the book she says, I thank again TikTok because stimulated the reading industry in ways I would never imagine. So it's not about making a funny dance, you know? So finances is super important. And what's the profile that you have? Who is the person who's going to be understood, right? What happens? So it's about being authentic. So how do you come to the platform, bringing yourself for this place? So we're talking about a platform for short videos, and when people go for TikTok, they don't want to know what you have done, where you are. They want to listen to your story. And the platform, you may have captions. And here, this is, it makes sense. So we have to test and learn. And you have to see what's your content, how it works. And then you work. A theme that you talk about is artificial intelligence. And here, how you see if this is an enemy, if you have artificial intelligence, how you see if this already started. Well, I think everybody. So TikTok is a technology company. So we talked about MIT. We're talking about advancements in technology. And it was one of the biggest advancements in technology. And we are using a lot, and we have a resort for this. And we know if it was created by artificial intelligence or not. And when we look at the construction of these creativities, we're talking about these products and services for generator of businesses. And we have, of course, a lot of information, and that has been done using artificial intelligence, and we can accelerate the transformation. So this is a balance. Do you think some platforms will appear? Another name in society? Or maybe these technologies? I think this is going to happen. The companies are trying to reinvent themselves all the time, understanding the customers. What is relevant for Gabriela and etc. So that technology, and of course the scale is different. When you look at the growth curve. What the other platforms did in 15 years, we made in 5. It's mostly because of the technology or getting to know deeply every person and delivering this relevance. The more I know, the more relevant I am, the more I want to be inside. So many things comes from us, from other players, other people entering. Everybody is trying to reinvent themselves and discover what's next. Every 10 years, we have a big transformation, and there will be a new player. I think TikTok is from this generation for a platform that gives voice. This is the times we live our participation. Everybody wants to tell their story, etc. And here, how do you give voice? So we had Facebook, we had Orkut, Twitter, of course, and Instagram to, I don't know, to put, how you put this new content, how do I get out of who I am and understand that what I can give to the world is content. Do I think about myself? Do I think about the others? The algorithm works by subject. Doesn't mean it's a trend. Maybe your authenticity is not a trend. So it's not the interest of who you are, but the point of view is different. I'm not going to enter to see what a person A is saying or doing. I will enter to see the story they have to tell. Yeah, of course, it's interesting who you are, but it's not about following. The idea is about content. It's about you, the story, how you engage, and etc. So, but when you talk about a social network, it's an algorithm based on social. It's based on who you follow. I follow ABCD, I'll see the content of ABCD. At TikTok, it's based on content. So I like sports, I like fashion, I like education and finances. And these contents will enter. We will have everybody else's content, but it's about the content. So this is how the platform delivers things. In a social network, you see the content of those people. But if I open TikTok of somebody, the main screen, and you start to see people dancing, it's because I like dancing, right? So it's interesting because the platform learns very fast who we are. You have subjects for interest, and then you start navigating, you start giving signs, how long you stay in the video, if you like, if you share the video, and everything that you do inside the platform sends a sign. And if you go fast, well, if you have the signal, I'll start bringing more content. I'll take your profile about, I don't know, finances, well-being, etc. And I'll take somebody similar to you. But this person also like pets. So if you react positively, and this is going to be for you, okay? So we start, and so you talked about cases, right? And Brazil is very big, and that's very regional. So how do we deal with that? How do you see Brazil Rio Grande do Sul is something by something else. And the algorithm, does it change because of how regional it is, and etc.? TikTok is about being personal. So we understand that it's about the people and it's about everyone, but it's not a unique strategy to bring relevance. So if you are here in the South, it's totally different, the culture is different. If you are in São Paulo, how do I customize this platform to deliver relevance to this person? But it goes beyond regions because it's individual. If I open my TikTok here and you open yours, it's completely different because it's based on the experiences that are automated. So I have an impact on culture, etc. And all the trends are born on TikTok. So everything that is there is okay. So when we look at the behaviors, when you're talking about the behavior of the people, I have some wonderful cases. And maybe, I don't know if you have Carmed Fini. Who used Carmed Fini? Well, CMED they're the owners. They create content a lot in TikTok. And Carla made a video about launching a product that was about to happen. She was in the line of production, and she said it's going to be very soon there. It was viral, and everybody started going to Carmed Fini, and the product was not ready, and they made it ready. And in her words, you can look at it. They sold in 15 days what they would think they would sell in 6 months. It was 1 million to 23 million. The pharmacists had to put on the score, we do not have Carmed Fini. And they had to come to TikTok to explain why they didn't have it. So it goes for the factory, and I have to, I don't know, develop the product, distribute, put in a port, in a package, etc. So this is the behavior of this physical world interacting with the virtual. The book talk, if you go to a bookstore, this bookstore will have one session that's called book talk, the books that are viral at TikTok. So if you go for Sephora is extremely impacted by TikTok. So the products are about to finish on the store. TikTok is the channel that gave access to the communities. This is about communities. What we call mouth to mouth. TikTok is mouth to mouth, but surreal. People are the center of everything. I give voice. Do you have another product for me to finish the cases? Women know Scala. They make products for the hair. And one content creator from Peru came to Brazil, used the product. She lived in the United States, and she posted in the United States, and she said, "I discovered the secret of the Brazilians." And the video was viral, organic, and Scala already exported more than 10 containers. So imagine, this is amazing, and we are there. This is the platform when everybody will have a voice. I have to complain to South Summit because this clock should only be wrong, and it finished. It went way too fast. So big hand to Gabriela, Gabi, and Luciano. So people are under the sun, they are sweating, everybody wants to get in. Let's make a picture, please. Where is everybody? I think we should make a video. This is amazing today.
As a global educational hub, will address the region's opportunities, obstacles, and necessary strategies to attract global students, featuring insights from academic and industry experts. As a moderator, we have Felipe Amaral, director at Campus Caldeira. And what are the odds? We have two Karens, two panelists with the same name. So it's Karen's son, CTO of Velas Reyes Mais, and Karen Canaan, co-founder at Escola 42 São Paulo. Venham, Karens. Felipe, bem-vindos.
Come, Karen, Felipe, be welcome, please. Good morning, everyone. We are very happy to have this moment here to talk about education technology. My name is Felipe Amaral. I am from Campus Caldeira. If you don't know, Instituto Caldeira is an association of companies that started with 42 big companies, and we have almost 500 companies, members of the Institute here in Porto Alegre. I have the honor to mediate this panel with two Karens. It's not every panel we are going to be able to do that. There are two dear friends that we have the honor to bring to Porto Alegre to share a little bit of the experience they have to share with you. Karen Canaan is one of the partners of Escola 42 in São Paulo, and she brought this global school for programming for Brazil. And Karen's son is the CTO of Velas Reyes Mais, which is the foundation of Davi Velis, the founder of Nubank, and the founder and the wife Mari, with this point of view of how we bring education so that other people can use technology focused in Latin America. So I'd like to pass the word for Karen's son to explain a little bit what the foundation is, and then we can start having a chat. Karen, thanks for accepting the invitation. As Felipe said, I am Karen. First thing, I am from the US, so I'm still learning Portuguese. Ask for your patience, please. Thank you very much. So I am part of a team of a foundation that's called Velas Reyes Mais, which is a philanthropic foundation founded by Gabi Velis and the wife Maria, with the objective of having the less difference in the results in life for us in Latin America.
And why? As we have seen, we have seen more and more in Latin America that we are in an area with a lot of potential, but without investments in very important areas like leadership and education. We also want to invest in technology to raise the spectrum in Latin America as the greatest, biggest player on the global level, to participate in global decisions, and also to build more companies, more innovation, which are in fact important for the world. And how do we achieve that? We are investing in NGOs through Latin America, focusing on Colombia and Peru, Brazil, and Costa Rica. And we are also focusing on 4 areas in education. One is from 0 to 5 years and how we can reduce the gap between different socioeconomic levels with cognitive development. We are also focusing on the public areas for schools and how we can provide more infrastructure, internet, schools in the area, and also how we can impact a curriculum with more technology. Also, how we can make sure that every child is able to reach an important level, especially with literacy. In the end, we are considering the future of talent, and that means what? We believe that it is related to technology with the critical knowledge that technology allows, and also how we can develop an economy in the region to have more ambitions on what the region can achieve. So we have always been experimenting with new formats in education, informal education, formal education, to create more opportunities for all adults in different stages of life. At the end, we also have tracking for leadership. We truly focus on the political system and how to better manage government, and also how to better manage communities and public services. As someone who truly is connected with a person who's truly connected to the community can enroll and apply for elections, for example. And that's it. We are going to go deeper into this later on, but I just wanted to stress that we believe a lot in the region. So we want for all of Latin America to communicate and to develop. That is why we are working not only in a single country, but through many different countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karen, and also thank you for speaking Portuguese. I know that's not an easy language to think and speak in a different language than the one you're used to. So we feel honored to have you speaking in a language that everyone will understand here. Thank you. Now we are going to hear the other Karen and hear a little bit of what the School 42 is. As Karen said, the presence of the foundation in Latin America. School 42 is a global school which started in France inside an innovation and technology hub, which was the station map, one of the greatest inspirations for the Caldera Institute. It's a great joy to have you here. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about what School 42 is, where it was founded, and how you became leaders of this movement in Brazil. To tell you the truth, I am here to bring for School 42 to the city of Porto Alegre. Yeah. Big hands. So this will be a kickoff for 42 in the state, and it will be the second School 42, the only one that we have planned to bring the next month. Now raise your hand if you do programming or development, and raise your hand if you plan to. And who here believes it's not for you? Yeah, 42 is for all three audiences. 42 is a software engineering school where you learn to program, to become a software engineer. The target is to give access to those who never thought about programming, those switching careers, those who want to continue developing. It helps. It works with teaching among peers. It has no teachers or tutors. It's 24/7. We have no classrooms. It's a very disruptive model. It gives individuals the opportunity to set up their own learning trajectories. We have the contours, and we have a 1.5 year long journey, and the idea is for a person to learn the codes before we learn the code languages. As we heard from TikTok, technology is a tool, but there are people behind it. Creating the algorithm, and we can create or destroy a society with these technologies. A university like 42 wants to create different learning for an audience that will learn together. There aren't any requirements. You just need to be 18 years old to apply. Nowadays, we have a unit in Sao Paulo, one in Rio, and we are planning this unit in the city of Porto Alegre. And for us, the plan to give access to innovative learning to those people who look to be protagonists in the world is our mission. For a technology ecosystem that is more inclusive, collaborative, aware, and open to speak in a technology language. You don't necessarily need to program, to code. When you talk about VI, I mean, the intelligence is there, but in the education ambience, we need to develop the idea of how to talk this technology. In connection with that, how do we give access to youngsters outside the world of innovation technology? In the Caldeira Institute, we have a project called Caldeira Generation. We have many students here. Raise your hands, and let's all give them a hand. That is a small example of the things that we do in the Institute. How do we open our doors for a new generation to connect to the world of innovation and technology? Those who raised their hands last year participated in a group of 200 who went through a process with more than 7,000 applicants from public schools. This movement is to open the doors for events such as the South Summit for youngsters to access people who are connected in this world. When Karen tells us about the story of 42, those who want to code, and you don't need to have coded before, that's what we want. It is often a way to create awareness, and we are going to go deeper into this. But this idea of empowering for learning and the opportunity to qualify and work in the new economy. Question about Latin America. Karen, Davi created Nubank and is nowadays a global reference with an outlook that is very strong to Latin America. In his prospect in Maris, what's their take on the potential of Latin America? Because we have so many countries in Latin America. If we work together, we're going to have a lot of power, and we often don't see ourselves as a region. So, what's your take on it? Well, I have a lot to say about that. I think that we believe a lot in the region because we are investing wealth in education. Why? For him, he was able to reach education outside Latin America, Stanford, twice. Stanford to learn computer science in graduate studies, undergraduate studies, and then business MBA, GSP. Yeah, so for him, he saw that education gave him opportunities to raise funds, to think openly, and to found ambitious companies. In Latin America, he wanted also to create the same opportunities that he to the people, to give people the same level of resources. And I believe that here we have more potential than in the rest of the world to reach greater ambitions, but there are often a lack of opportunities with institutions, maybe investments, and therefore also they also works with supplying the resources, both as opportunities in education. For me, I see nowadays that the region already has an understanding of the society and for family, for hearts, actually. And you're also thinking about society and community, and that's very powerful in the world to build products that truly matter. If we could combine resources with this kind of ambition, then we would be able to build wonderful things for the world. We had set up some programs and pilots in some countries, kind of fellowships, scholarships, to find people who were unknown before by the system. And we are actually finding more than what we can approach right now. So, speaking about numbers, we are seeing more talent in the region, and we are racing to advance new programs, support initiatives and schools. So, I believe that it's a matter of time. Yeah, I think there's a lot of youth in Latin America and in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in secondary schools in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. We have 300,000 students. I mean, think about the numbers in Brazil and Latin America. I believe we need a lot of investment and support to, in fact, believe that this youth has the potential to transform Latin America in a global scenario. Technologies are coming. We have gigantic tech companies that aren't in LATAM, so it is important to have local entrepreneurs driving this idea. Karen. Okay, I'm saying Karen and Karen. Okay, so you have to choose it when it's best. Now, 42 started in an innovation hub and a technology hub in France. So how did that happen, and how did it expand out into the world? And the value of innovation technology hubs to have School 42 connected with airspace. Now, 42 was created in 2013 inside the station map, created the Xavier Avignon, who was a billionaire who decided to donate his money while still living to make France a powerhouse. And it was created to solve the pains of the tech market. So how do I look at these companies and have better coders? Or people in technology. 42 is an NGO, so 42 is financed by large companies, persons, and companies all around the world. If you go to study at 42, you don't need to pay. Not at the beginning, not at the end. You will get a scholarship to learn. And for some, Sometimes, I mean, free of charge is still expensive, so we offer even a scholarship. So the objective of coming from a hub is how this university connects to the labor market. 42 in France has a diploma acknowledged by the Ministry of Labor and Education, so you have quicker connection to the market, for example. Entrepreneurs such as Xavier, who went to a tech university and said, "This is the excellence I want, but with inclusion and working free of charge." The cost of this education needs to be carried by the society, not by the person. The market, both for entrepreneurs and employees, is for those who will give it back. So this needs to be done by the market. So I'm really glad to be here in initiatives such as David and Maris, not only because I believe they can bring it to Porto Alegre, of course, but we look at how society creates this virtuous cycle, giving back after building something important for people to have access and do the same thing. So nowadays we have 300 students in Sao Paulo, 200 in Rio. So these people graduating from 42 who create companies and the work, how they can give back. So in France and Paris, when you attend the 42, you have a hub and you can be in an accelerator and incubator if you want to be an entrepreneur. If you don't, most of the companies in their innovation areas are also potential hirings for these talents.
Olhando aqui, acho que tem uma perspectiva do painel se a América Latina.
I mean, we have this prospect of a panel on Latam, but how do we use this opportunity in Porto Alegre and the state of Rio Grande do Sul? And so we don't believe in a different way other than bringing everybody together. Can see Adriana from the JAMA Institute, because the Caldera Institute is not going to do anything values either. I mean, but if we bundle up the opportunities, for example, to have a global school in the city of Porto Alegre, it's a gigantic school, and I look at the students of the Caldera generation going through a very rigorous process to enter the job market, but it would be great to continue this education at a school for the two, going to other universities, and going a meaningful career. Now, Karen, I want to hear from you. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in Latin America, some of the countries where you have projects in education and technology, to tell us a little bit about what is happening in other parts outside Brazil. I believe that the most important thing for an ecosystem and to have many different inputs to reach pathways to learn, connect to a community. So we see that all the regions are experimenting with different inputs, kind of like here in Porto Alegre. What I believe is really nice is for schools like SESI connecting industrial world with the school world, and that is the type of intervention that gives early in life opportunities to know opportunities that are more relevant for the industrial segment. Both as in the school, we see more apprenticeships, a model to integrate practices in a company with the school world. I believe that is very important because we often have institutions that are behind in terms of technologies and languages they are teaching in schools, in their practices, also their vocabulary that they use in schools. And more important than that, to bring teachers, guests to teach and also to follow students along their learning lives. So we are seeing and we are investing in the initiatives in Colombia, for example. We had set up a program, a scholarship program with a psychological follow-up, besides scholarships for paying the school tuitions and fellowships to give more people who have learned to code, to give them more opportunities to reach a job 4 months after their graduation, kind of like an MBA. And now also as with Caldera, to give the youth in larger groups systems to learn about technology, to find jobs immediately, to study skills that are important for the industry with guaranteed jobs, but at least found and identified. That's a lot of what we have been doing, integrating the school in the industry. Today, there is a network in Latin America, foundations and institutes that you connect to, driving this movement in Latin America. Is that something in Latin America? No, that's we want to build that. We have, for example, some networks such as the Endeavor for entrepreneurship, but not so much for technology. But I think that in Brazil we have a strong network, and foundations such as Teles, Bering, and also our foundation, the Lemon Foundation, are aligning a lot of these technologies and how to create more movement in this area. Now, Karen, about the School 42, can you tell us about what that program is? I mean, no teachers. In 42, we visited 42 in São Paulo, and when Karen said we have no teachers, we have no classes. I mean, how does it work? Tell us about how you develop the platform, allowing for this to happen, and also the methodology. It's not going to work necessarily for everyone, but for some people it is an alternative. Tell us more about your curriculum and their methods. We are used to say that 42 is for all, but not all is a good fit for 42. Some people go through selection, they say, we love it, but they say, that's not for me. I need someone to have when to do things or what to do. But so that requires self-discipline and self-management. So since the selection process, we have two stages. If you want to join 42, there's an online game. It's a memory and logic game. And then if you pass, you have 26 days of an immersion, and then you learn from scratch and hands-on how to code in 42. If you know a little bit of coding, you will have no advantages compared with those who have no experience. So this process will depend more on the drive to learn. It'll be more important than your previous knowledge. So in these 26 days, these people will be assessed, and if they pass, they will have a 1 year, one and a half year to learn. So we don't have teachers. We have a welcoming area. So you board the spaceship, which is a lab with a computer. Some people know how to turn it on, and others don't. And then you ask people around you. So you're going to have to talk to those who know more. You'll have to communicate. To survive, you will need others. It is not possible to do some EAD and say, I learned by myself. We believe that to solve complex problems, you need a complex collective. And this is how people will learn in 42 since day one. So you join with your knowledge, and it has value. Some people have resources. We have people of 20, 30, 50 years old, women, men, people who studied before, others didn't. So we took down barriers, and the whole of Brazil was given access. And that is why we have the intention to have capillary expansion for the rest of Brazil. So once you're there and then you begin learning, somebody will come, they'll say, I have no clue. And then I'll tell you, well, I'll tell you, they just told me, and this is how learning happens. So we have people with a cognitive gap or knowledge gap, and they are able to learn. 30% of the class today is neurodivergent. They have autism, or they have attention deficits. So there is no better or worse, but there's different. And 42 will be another alternative and say that everybody here can teach and learn. A single person doesn't need to be responsible for giving all the answers in the role of a teacher, which is wonderful, but nowadays the learning can be collective as well. And after that, you have a curriculum that is C++. We have other languages as well, Python, Java, Ruby, other. But the important thing is that you will learn this language, and people will not say, but 75% of the applicants know nothing. The rest, they will know a little bit. So it is curious how people who are interested in 42 will say, can I learn this? Is this for me? And these beliefs will be left behind if I'm too old, if I come from the human sciences or exact sciences. Actually, if we just say I'm a person from the human sciences, I want to tell you, the technology area needs people like that to deal with the technology today. Even if you believed that you weren't going to be able, we are nearing the end of our time, and here is the last question, and maybe even a connection with a local ecosystem. Karen lived in Medellin, which I believe is a great reference for us in many different senses. And in a minute and a half, tell us what the suggestion you would give to Porto Alegre and the Rio Grande do Sul to create this talent creation, how to attract more companies and investments. What would you suggest for an educational hub that's consistent? Now, in the foundation, we studied other ecosystems and how they became innovation technology hubs. Actually, there is no silver bullet to get there, but what we saw was how to bring all the actors to the same table. Yes, it's happening now. As it's happening in Porto Alegre, how to have entrepreneurs and employers, teachers, students, and how to connect the youth to the younger persons. So how to connect people. Karen, apart from bringing to the Porto Alegre, what do we need for a talent hub? I believe Caldeira is a great example. I was very impressed. I saw all the players, the private initiative, public-private initiatives, public initiatives, I mean, all together, and then you see this is what we need for a hub. The hub isn't a bubble. It's many different bubbles looking in one direction, such as Station F. In other, we have the Tube, we have the school in Rio. So I believe when we look together at development of education technology and how the technology improves the market and how it all will go in a virtuous cycle and support education, then we're going to have a hub. Hub is not a place where you go to events and to listen. You need to connect and relate and drive examples, which create a new reality. For me, Caldera created a new reality with the South Summit. Looking at the companies and the public entities, I think this hub and transformation we want. I mean, of course, being in a hurry is doesn't make perfect. So we need to involve the entire society to transform. Okay. Thank you. This was a great chat. Thank you all. And let's give the speakers a hand to Karen's. Thank you.
É isso, gente. Onde tem educação, tem saúde.
That's it, folks. Without education, health, and happiness, raise you or clap if you want for the tune, the city of Porto Alegre. Yeah, it's here, Karen.
Now let's discuss how government policies promote innovation and support entrepreneurs. The keynote, where there is management, there is achievement, will highlight successful initiatives and strategies, offering insights for those who are interested in the intersection of governance, innovation and business growth. E para esse painel, Minas Gerais chegou aqui em Porto Alegre.
And for this panel, we have Minas Gerais, the governor of Minas Gerais, Romeu Zema. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I will try to be very objective and show that although we have faced difficulties in Brazil, it is impossible to be an entrepreneur in the public sector and at politics. Until I was 54 years old, short time ago, I never had any political experience. I've never been a councillor, a mayor, or a deputy. And I was even somebody who would say they don't like politics. I would read everything when reading the newspaper except politics. Before being the governor of Minas Gerais, I was in the private sector for more than 30 years. I opened stores in Minas Gerais and the neighbor states. The company has more than 5,000 employees, more than 400 places, and it's professional. And I'm very happy not to depend on me. I think everybody here would know some cases when you have an entrepreneur who would only leave the company to go to the hospital or to the cemetery. And I made sure to have a succession while I was still young and fine, even for another important reason. If we had something wrong with the succession, I could come back and contribute again. But thanks God, succession worked, and the professional who was not from my family came after me, stayed there for 3 years, and now we have another president there that's somebody from the family, and everything is going fine. In 2018, what happened was like planets aligned. I was in the board for the administration of the company, And when I left the company, I didn't leave the company to become a politician. I wanted to contribute to the board, and I have been there for more than 30 years, and I wanted a life that was more calm, as to say. And when I left in 2016, then in 2018, I got this invitation from Partido Novo to be a candidate for the government of the state of Minas Gerais. My first answer was no, of course. Imagine I was 54. How would I change careers and enter an area I don't know? That would be the most logic response, to say no. But I started to think about this. I started waking up in the middle of the night, and I started to notice that I was always making criticism to the public sector. I was never satisfied with the way I was being treated in a public establishment. I was having the opportunity to try and do different. And maybe I was throwing this thing away. And I knew that my chances to win an election in Minas Gerais, because we know we had the state dominated by politicians with a long career, I said, well, I have half percent of a chance. I have no chance at all, but I will try and do a campaign saying I have a different proposal and a different party. So in 2018, I made my political campaign, stayed there 10 months on the road driving my own car, and I visited more than 200 different cities. The first cities I went to, sometimes I would talk to 10 people because nobody knew me. And as time passed, my name started to be more well known. The proposals started to be understood. And finally, I was elected the governor of Minas Gerais in October 18. And I discovered that I had just done the easiest part, that is to win an election when I had 1% intention of the voting. The most difficult thing was to fix a state that was broken, chaotic, and without credibility. Public employees will not get their job. The municipalities were broken because the state was not sending the taxes from the state taxes, would only send it partially. No maintenance in the highways, no medicine in the public health sector. So, and management, well, there's no mystery to management. If you are spending more than you are making, for sure, one day you will have very serious problems. When you have state companies and direct administration and autarchies, we reduced more than 50,000 positions. Of course, we had in Minas Gerais what we call industrial size for fake jobs, let's say. And to cut all these job positions, these public positions, we had to do things slowly because the situation was so serious. So, when you start reducing your expenses, having a better infrastructure, one thing that we have done, and it had been done only a few times, is to integrate the secretaries Unfortunately, in the public world, when you win an election, usually the ministries or the secretariats are separated for parties who helped during the campaign phase. And each one will do whatever they want inside their area. And the last thing that they want is to work together with the others. So I was happy enough to be elected without the need of the support of the other parties. So I didn't have to make this kind of pact. So we started to 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 work very closely one organ to the other, because if you don't do that you have lots of difficulties. For example, when you talk about the development, well, it has to do with the other secretary. When you have to approve, for example, the level of taxes, and it has to do, of course, with the environment, because you have to make environmental analysis faster. In Minas, we had a focus on this. Apart from reducing expenses, I had to have more money coming without bigger taxes. How do you have more income without creating more taxes? Well, you have to have an economy that's more dynamic. Minas Gerais is now a reference for attracting investments. In these 5 years and 3 months that I am in front of Minas Gerais, we attracted more than 400 billion investments in the private area without considering what the state does. And because of that, Minas Gerais is growing every year above the average in Brazil. So the economy of Minas represented 8.8% of the Brazilian economy. The Brazilian Institute of Statistics showed that these 8.8 are now 9.5%, and until the end of my management, we still have 2 years and 9 months to go. We will deliver for people from Minas Gerais what makes me proud. That is dignity. 1 million of jobs when you have your papers correctly signed for the Ministry of Work. So it changes the life of the people from Minas. I have been in the north of Minas, where you have a region that's less developed. So I went there to the opening of a photovoltaic plant. I knew Dona Marilene, 52 years old, and she came to me and she showed me her first document for working formally. I am 52 years old, and this is the first time somebody is signing my papers officially for me to work. So this is the first time in my life when I know what I will get in the end of the world. Until now, I survived manual work or working with recyclables, and I never knew what I was going to get. And I will get Auxílio Brasil, Força Família, etc. And now I know how much I make. I go to the supermarket. I can buy whatever I want, and I can bring sweets, candy, and chocolate for my grandkids. So what we need in Brazil, we can notice clearly, is jobs, people with conditions to have a qualification at the same time that they work. Assistentialism is necessary when you have a pandemic or when you have a recession, but it cannot become the means of life as we have seen in Brazil. When I was in the private sector, I saw many people saying, well, if I want to have the register, I don't want because I will not get the help from the government. And we need to change that. If you need, you must receive, but we cannot continue with a program that will make people want not to work in the informal economy only without dignity to have this social help from the government. I'd like to finish my speech saying that job was one of the things that we got in a better position in Minas Gerais. All the other indicators for public policies went on. Together with Santa Catarina, we are the state when we are more safe considering violent crimes. Education in Minas Gerais advanced. We have 1,700 schools that were made better. Food that is as good as the food I have in my house. And same in the area of health. We had the coverage of SAMU, only half of the state. Now it's going to have coverage for the whole state. 6 regional hospitals in the interior of the state. Works that had been stopped in 8 years, for more than 8 years, they will be finished. So this is why in 2022, I was re-elected in the first term with 56% of the votes. I haven't done anything that any manual for good management would not recommend. What we have to have in the politics in Brazil is good management. If you have good management, things move forward. Unfortunately, what we usually see is interest from some groups, some categories overlapping the good management and public interest. And I finish saying that we have to participate in politics. I learned it later, but finally I learned it and I'm paying the price. And everybody has to do it. You don't need to be a candidate, but at least you should support a good candidate that is working in the good way. Thank you very much.
Our next panel, Born or Bred Entrepreneurs, Promoting Entrepreneurial Spirit in Young Minds, is the title of this keynote that explores the impact of early entrepreneurial education. We uncover its role in nurturing vital skills and self-confidence. So please join us, Noel Zemborain, President at Junior Achievement Americas. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hola, hola. Hello. Bom dia Porto Alegre.
Hello, good morning, Porto Alegre.
So great to be here, to be in this stage. Yesterday I was hearing entrepreneurs pitching their projects in this stage, so it has a special energy, a special adrenaline. So my name is Noel Semborain. I am the president for Junior Achievement for the Americas region. Junior Achievement is an NGO, a global NGO that works in more than 100 countries in the world, and we promote entrepreneurship, work readiness, financial education in youth. So let me start with a question for you, and this is a question that I make myself and that we question every time. Do you think that entrepreneurs are born entrepreneurs, that they have that gene in their blood and they have that special spirit, or we can breed entrepreneurs, we can develop? So raise your hand if you think that entrepreneurs are born with that gene. Who thinks? Nobody. Do you think that entrepreneurs can be developed, that they can learn how to be entrepreneurs? Okay. So I'm going to talk about this. why in junior achievement we think that it's so important to develop entrepreneurs, to teach entrepreneurship, to make our young people, our young students have an experiential experience about entrepreneurship. If you see this cloud of words, they're all skills. They're all work skills. Negotiation, critical thinking, creativity, teamwork. These are all skills that entrepreneurs have. But not only are needed for entrepreneurs, we all need. If we want to lead a business, if we want to become part of an NGO, if we want to be a priest or a nun, if we want to have a hairdresser company, whatever we do in life, we need to develop these skills. And these skills are really developed through entrepreneurial education. But there is one special skill that in junior achievement we are very, very fond of, and that is called self-efficacy, autoeficacia in Spanish. Not sure in Portuguese how you say, Aline, self-efficacy. But this skill, very simply, is I can. When you feel that you can do something, you are 10 steps ahead. And this is a very typical skill of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs know that they can, even if it's a wild dream. We want to foster self-efficacy in our youth. We want our youth to really believe, have the certainty that they can do whatever they can. So this is the first reason that we want to foster entrepreneurial education in a very young age, because we need all of these skills, especially self-efficacy. What's the second reason? We need more entrepreneurs in our communities, in Porto Alegre, in Rio Grande do Sul, in Brazil, in the world. We need more entrepreneurs that are thinking about solving problems, working in teams, being creative, working with others. We need more. And when students go through our programs in junior achievement, this is one of the studies we made. 46% said, I want to be an entrepreneur. So this is the second reason. We need to increase the number of entrepreneurs in our world. So let me tell you a bit more about what we do in junior achievement. This organization was founded in 1919. It's a very old organization. And the first program that the organization launched was this Junior Achievement Company. These are students that are developing toys. They made a company that developed toys. This program is still relevant today. We are still running this program today. Through this program, students identify a problem in their community. They think of a solution about that problem. They build a business plan. They look for investors. They pitch their solution. They produce the product or the service and they sell. They go through all. It's not a simulation. It's real life. This is also a black and white picture, but it's from 1994. There were no digital pictures at that time, and this is my school magazine. And that's me on the right bottom of the picture. This was my company. I really I participated in this program, and it left an enduring footprint in my life. We sold pens. We made a lot of money, as a photograph also depicts. So I lived in firsthand this program, and I can tell you it's life-changing. So let me give you some other examples of very successful companies that are changing lives. This is a Mexican company from Hidalgo in the north of the city of Mexico. This group developed a product to solve a very specific problem in vulnerable communities near their town. These people had their homes with water filtrations. They had a lot of humidity. So they looked at the cactus, the sap of the cactus, the juice that the cactus have, and they developed a product to paint the roofs and the walls of their homes, and it was waterproof. It was a lot less expensive, and they solved a problem. They were very successful. They won the 2022 competition, regional competition of the Americas. So this is one of the examples. What they said, what have we learned? Teamwork, improved decision-making, problem solving. solving. These are the things that our students learn through our program. Another example, this is from Argentina, from a small town in the province of Buenos Aires. What's the problem they wanted to solve? There were no healthy snacks in their communities. They developed an alfajor. It's a snack made of rice crackers, chocolate, and peanut butter. Great success. They sold more than 3,000 alfajores. And the media repercussion was so big that the #1 company in Argentina called them and invited them to the plant, the industrial plant where they make alfajores. Huge success. They won last year's competition. And now I have what they said, Junior Achievement marked a before and after in our lives. It pushed and made us believe in ourselves. This is very typical of our programs. And the last example is very dear to Porto Alegre, very dear to Rio Grande do Sul. This is a team that won the national competition in Brazil in 2020, the startup competition. And I think we have one of the Guilhermes here. So they made a platform that connected mentors with mentees. And they were so passionate about their company that when the program ended, they want to keep on moving. And they received funding from João Kepler, a very renowned investor here. And they kept on moving, and they kept on working. And here we have one of the members of this company, the one in the white T-shirt, that is already pursuing another startup. So this is what we want. More students, more youth that believe in themselves and that are creating opportunities. What is our challenge now? We want to scale, and we want to scale up big. We need to move from 40,000 students that go through this program to 4 million students. How can we make that? How can we scale big and have so many more entrepreneurs? First thing that we are pursuing in Junior Achievement, we want entrepreneurial education to be part of the school curriculum. So you have to learn math, you have to learn literature, you have to learn biology, you have to learn entrepreneurship. This has to be part of the school curriculum. We want every student in our region, from Argentina to Canada, to have entrepreneurship education in their schools. This is the first challenge. Second challenge, we want to connect with the ecosystem. We want to be part of summits as this one. We want our students to know that there is a journey, that after they do this program, they can connect with the South Summit, they can connect with VCs, investors, they can connect with incubators. We need to connect because we are developing, you're in Brazil, so I can talk about football, we are las inferiores, no? All of the football teams have junior leagues. We are working there. We need a lot of football players with a lot of entrepreneurs that then want to pursue a journey in an entrepreneurial education and then become an entrepreneur. So we are trying to connect with all of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Last challenge, investment. We are also pitching for funds. We want funds to be invested here because if we invest in entrepreneurial education, we are investing in the future of our countries. And just to end, this year we've been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Junior Achievement Worldwide has been nominated for this great recognition. And this is, of course, we hope to have this prize. We are nominated, but about this nomination is the relation between education, economic opportunities, and peace. We know this. A world that has more entrepreneurs, that is creating jobs, that is creating opportunities, is going to be a more peaceful world. So this is also very important for us. And that's why, other than fostering skills that are work and life skills, having more entrepreneurs, we are also aiming at a more peace and prosperous world. This is our goal. This is our dream in Junior Achievement. And I hope that many of you, I see many Junior Achievement alumni here, many of you support this cause and help us to really move forward entrepreneurial education here in Porto Alegre, in Brazil, and in the world. Thank you very much.
Olá, pessoal. Ok.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. And now we are heading out to our break. Let's go ahead and have lunch. The weather's fantastic. Tell people that home that we're going to have a night summit here in our pier. Yes, join me on stage for a picture, sure.
Pode vir. Vem.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Get on the stage. Enjoy your lunch.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias que, por sinal, é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas, uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção. O seu amor, vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil, nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores, os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas, uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção. O seu amor, vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro. E que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar. Por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea, agora juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil, nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas, a gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas. Uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques. do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis. Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias que, por sinal, é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
O Banrisul está chegando aos 100 anos e segue se adaptando aos novos tempos, mas sem perder o que nos torna únicos: o compromisso com o crescimento da nossa gente. O Banrisul é um banco único, porque te entende.
Sayuri, mais de 360 horas de treinamento e conselheira de primeiras viagens. Se conecta tão rápido quanto o nosso Wi-Fi grátis. Entendemos de pessoas tanto quanto de voar, por isso que o céu é azul.
Sabe qual é a melhor maneira de fazer as coisas? Agora, Corsã e a Egea estão juntinhas. Duas grandes empresas de saneamento que vão levar mais água potável, esgoto tratado, recuperação do meio ambiente e saúde a 6 milhões de gaúchos. Porque juntas, aprendemos mais, fazemos mais, preservamos e produzimos mais. Juntas, movimentamos mais vidas. Corsã e a Egea. Agora, juntas. Nossa natureza movimenta o Rio Grande.
Empreendedoras do Brasil. Nadamos contra a corrente. E que corrente? Levantamos cedo, levantamos ideias, portas, sem baixar a cabeça, mirando lá no alto. Somos mães, filhas, irmãs, amigas que trabalham para subir e puxar as outras. E com o bebê, você tem apoio para chegar aonde imaginar. A gente imagina mais Lívias, Mazés, Zicas. A gente imagina mais mulheres no topo.
Somos um porto aberto a todos os povos. Somos um porto de idas e vindas, uma soma de sotaques, uma cultura plural. O porto das praças e parques, do calor e do frio. O porto dos termos inconfundíveis.
E aí, tchê?
Somos o porto das pessoas. Uma cidade toda tua para descobrir, toda tua para curtir, toda tua para viver. Porto Alegre, toda tua.
Olhei para o relógio, procurando a precisão, e vi que todo mundo precisava de oração. Então eu descobri que para tudo ter sentido nessa vida precisava proteção do seu amor. Vou lhe dizer, assim como a cigarra, a primavera, eu espero a nova era, eu preciso de você.
Nada pode parar os inovadores. Os que não dão um passo maior que as pernas, dão saltos para o futuro e que sabem que uma ideia transformadora está apenas a uma conexão de distância. Pois para quem inova, o impossível não é uma possibilidade. Assim, é Sebrae X, que conecta pessoas, empresas, parceiros e ideias para fomentar e promover a inovação que transforma. E isso é só o começo. Vamos juntos rumo a esse infinito de ideias, que por sinal é logo ali. Sebrae X, conexões para inovar.
Podem ser aqueles feitos extraordinários que marcam a história. Podem ser os feitos cotidianos que impulsionam o presente. Na Petrobras, os feitos das mulheres protagonizam nosso passado, nosso presente e principalmente nosso futuro. Feitos que constroem um futuro melhor, um futuro inovador, inspirador, conectado e inclusivo, com valores que fazem a diferença. Feitos de força, feitos de determinação, feitos de coragem, feitos de liderança, feitos de mulheres.
Porto Alegre! Essa é a última tarde do South Summit. Quero ouvir um ah.
Alegre, this is the last part of the South Summit. I want to see a ah. That could be better. That could go better. Come on. It's the last afternoon. It's going to end. Oh. Let's show everybody from outside that this is the most exciting stage of all. That's right. A round of applause. This is the third edition. I'm Lu Bazanella, and let's start our last afternoon. Silicon Valley Startup Failure Rate. A taxa de fracasso de startups no Vale do Silício é de 90% em 5 anos. Quando o fracasso acontece, como os fundadores podem curar, se recuperar e aprender com a experiência? Então, para
keynote on this stage with Michelle Lane Messina, CEO and International ER at Explora International. Please come here. Give her some love, Porto Alegre. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Boa tarde. Welcome to the last afternoon of South Summit. Hope you guys had a good lunch. I'm based in Silicon Valley, and I'm going to talk a little bit about failure. But first, let me give you a few of the numbers about myself so you have a sense of where I'm coming from. I've heard more than 7,000 startup pitches. I've trained thousands of entrepreneurs throughout Brazil, too, because I've been here. This is, I think, my 13th time to Brazil. I love Brazil. Brazil and Vietnam are my two favorite countries, by the way. I've coached hundreds of entrepreneurs, how they can raise capital, how they can sell their company, how they can exit, lots of different things. And I've worked in 65 countries around the world. My first startup was when I was 17 years old. I didn't even know what the word entrepreneur meant. And I didn't even know really what a startup was, but I didn't want to go to college right away. And my dad said, get a job, go to college, or start a company. And so I started a company because I was 17 and I didn't know the difference, and I didn't know how difficult it is to start a company. And then my last data point is that I wrote a book about Silicon Valley called Decoding Silicon Valley, The Insider's Guide. So I've been in Silicon Valley for a long time, and the startup failure rate in Silicon Valley is 90% within the first 5 years. That's approximately what the numbers are here in Brazil, countrywide, but the numbers are a little bit lower in Sao Paulo because you have much more of a tight infrastructure there. But the failure rate number in Silicon Valley has not really changed. Over the last 15 years or so that I've been studying this number, that number has pretty much been the same. So companies die within the first 5 years, and it's a 90% failure rate. And the other thing I want to share with you is don't let investors tell you otherwise. It is absolutely impossible to predict which company is going to be a unicorn company. It is absolutely impossible. And a unicorn basically is a company that is still privately held, but has a valuation of over $1 billion. So there's really no way to predict which company is going to be a unicorn. If it were easy, there would be more rich founders, more rich investors, and more unicorn companies. So I've been kind of intrigued by failure because the numbers are so high in Silicon Valley and actually all over the world. And so on the one hand, there are entrepreneurs that are first-time founders, and there's actually investors that love to invest in first-time founders. And the reason is because, as we say in Silicon Valley, first-time founders don't know what they don't know. Okay, and so they have really no sense of what it's going to be like to build their company. They don't understand how complicated it is, how difficult it is, and it's kind of a lonely job too, being a founder. So there are certain investors that have a preference for investing in first-time entrepreneurs. Then, on the other side of that, there are investors that really prefer to invest in serial founders, those that are on their second company, their third company, because they feel like those entrepreneurs have more patience, they have a macro view of building their business, they have a much better sense of what mistakes they made in their first company and they're not going to make in their second company. So there are like preferences by some investors for first-time entrepreneurs and serial founders. And so what I really want to focus on is kind of that area in the middle. What happens if you're a first-time founder, and then how do you get to be a serial founder? And so that's why I kind of want to focus on this for a few minutes, really what happens in that middle part. So in my opinion, in all the companies that I've worked with, in the small data set that I've looked at about startup founders, I think that companies die from suicide rather than homicide. Okay, and that means really it's the decisions that the founders make about which products, which markets, the timing in the market, how they're going to go to the market, which geographies they choose to expand in, what their business model is, all these different decisions that they make about how they're going to grow and scale their company. And there's not a lot of data out there available for why companies fail. The data set is really, really small. But a lot of it associated with product market fit, timing, business model, the wrong product. Can you imagine being a founder, building a product, taking it to the market, and your market says, nope, not interested, don't want to buy that product? I mean, that is horrible for a startup founder. You may look at this and say, well, most of these things are related to the founders, but the one in the upper right-hand corner is no cash, meaning the company ran out of cash or they have no more cash available. So you may think that is related to the investors and they are responsible for the reason that the company failed, but I will tell you that is wrong. In reality, what investors are really intrigued by are startups that are adding lots of customers very, very quickly. Hot product, hot company, hot market. So demand and momentum is really what interests investors. And if the founders of the company can't make that happen, investors are not going to invest any money. Okay, so the company is less than 5 years old. It's now a statistic. The company is dead. Okay? I will tell you, before I tell you what happens with dead companies in Silicon Valley, let me tell you that what we do for setting up companies in the United States and specifically in Silicon Valley, it's super fast and super easy to start a company there. I meet with Brazilians a lot in Silicon Valley when they come into town, and I always ask them, how long does it take to start a company, set up a company in Brazil? And I get everything from 2 days to 2 weeks to 2 months, depending on where you are in Brazil, what the regulatory process is, what the taxation issues are, banking, et cetera, et cetera. In the United States, we have basically all this regulatory infrastructure and back-end infrastructure you won't really see, but it takes 2 hours to set up a company. Okay? So that's basically going to give you the legal structure for taxation. It's going to give you the structure to take or send your documents to the bank so you can open a bank account, and that's going to allow you to transact business with your customer right away. So it takes about 2 hours to set up a company there. We also have what I would say is a very orderly process for shutting down companies. There is a guy in Silicon Valley named Marty Pitchinson who is literally called the Undertaker of Silicon Valley. His job is to take care of companies that fail. That is his nickname, okay? So Marty, basically what he does is he takes care of all the legal and contractual stuff when the company shuts down. So they may have sales or distribution contracts that need to be canceled. They may have intellectual property that needs to be sold off. He takes care of all the personnel, the HR stuff, so that the employees are taken care of. He takes care of all the empty office space, and there's a lot of empty office space right now, especially post-pandemic. There's a lot of business in Silicon Valley, but we still have a lot of people that are working remotely. But he takes care of the empty office space. And what happens to all those company computers, not to mention the empty chairs? Okay, so Marty Pitchinson's job really is as the undertaker of Silicon Valley. It's an orderly, efficient process to shut down companies. So, guess what? Grief is a full body experience. So your startup has failed and you're basically experiencing the shock of your company shutting down. You're probably sighing in disbelief because you can't believe it. But basically it's a full body experience when you're grieving something. So you have physiological, emotional, spiritual impact to you about how you're feeling and processing all this stuff. And so you may think that it's time to keep calm and carry on, but in reality, this is the wrong strategy when you're grieving for your startup that's failed. So I think that I want to give you something that's going to allow you to have more sense of control over your life when you do suffer a loss or do suffer from your startup failing. This particular acronym, RAIN, I think is a really effective way for you to acknowledge that there is a process to deal with grieving. So RAIN, number one, recognize. Recognize what you're feeling, what you're thinking, what you're experiencing. Then the A stands for allow and acknowledge. So this is basically allowing those feelings to come to the surface, acknowledging them, naming them. Then I stands for investigate, which means you've got to have a curious sense of mind. You've got a curious mindset to really understand what those feelings are, how they impact you, naming them, etc. And then there's the N, the nurture. So taking care of yourself and basically understanding, that you are going to be able to move forward in this process of startup failure. I added the S, because I think it's really important that you do schedule time to grieve. I think this is the whole thing of startup failure and what happens between being a founder of a company that's failed versus a founder or a serial founder. This is one area that we don't really talk about. So if you've got full body grief, you have to do full body healing. And so my suggestion is that you take a look at all the stuff that makes you feel better, whether it be in nature, meditation, your faith, eating good food, eating your colors, as your mother said, body work, acupressure, massage, acupuncture, getting out, exercising, music, singing, all those things are going to kind of help you, and you'll see yourself move from day to day as much more effective in the healing process. So you've got to be curious. You've got to be intrigued by the process. You can't really shut this process down. Because if you shut it down in the very beginning, I guarantee you it will come out later in the future, okay? I see two ladies up there going, yes. So grief is one of those things that you have to really respect and acknowledge. I'll tell you that when I had my first failure, this was my failure diet. Okay, so in the afternoons, I'd have vanilla Haagen-Dazs ice cream, which I love vanilla ice cream. That would kind of get me pumped up, the sugar, okay? A little bit later in the day or the evening, I would have red wine. That would get me kind of low, ready for going to bed. But as you know, with wine, the sugar processes in your body, it definitely wakes you up later on in the evening, right? It was only years later that I found there's all kinds of different ways of putting vanilla ice cream and red wine together, whether it be red wine ice cream, whether it be vanilla ice cream with red wine granita, whether it be red wine floats, or the 19th century classic of the French poached pear with vanilla ice cream. Okay, so that was my failure diet, okay? I don't do that anymore, but let's get back to the healing process. So last couple things I want to share with you about healing is grounding, earthing, being back on the earth, in the sand, in the grass, in the dirt. Your body has the ability to absorb lots of negative ions from the earth, and there's lots of proven data associated with how this helps your body. Reduce inflammation, improve your circulation, change your whole well-being. Have you ever been kind of upset and you decided you're just going to go take a walk outside and you feel better when you come back? That's part of the process of healing, especially when you have a startup failure. And if you've ever slept on the ground or you've ever been camping and slept on the ground, the image on the left shows before an experiment the amount of inflammation in someone's body. So the colors like orange, red, yellow, that demonstrates inflammation in the body. And after 4 days of sleeping on the ground, that same person's back was blues and greens, showing a much healthier connection to the earth. So you're grieving, how long is this going to take? Everybody's different. It could take weeks, it could take months, but the bottom line is everybody's different here, and when you do finally get ready to go into the market, I think you really have to build a bridge back to your community, and I think you really do need a communication strategy. So your startup's failed. How do you start with your friends and family. They're the ones that love you, that appreciate you. Talk to them about what you've learned, what you think, where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, doesn't really matter. The next group to talk to are your close colleagues, and maybe it could be your co-founder for the startup that failed. But basically what I'm saying to you is you need a communication strategy after you've dealt with your grief to get you back in the market, to make the switch from founder of a failed startup and move you to serial entrepreneur. So you have to look at your body language. 90% of your communication strategy is nonverbal, but I think you need to really focus on your body, your gestures, your open communication. Your words are the least important. And I'll remind you that what Biz Stone, the founder of Twitter, says, he says, timing, perseverance, and 10 years of trying will eventually make you look like an overnight success. So just remind you that you can make it to the other side. Failure is part of the process. It's not the end of the process. And thank you very much for your time. Muito obrigada. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. I'll meet you on the other side, right? Thank you so much. Okay, let's keep going. The second panel of this afternoon is the role of deep tech on corporate digital transformation. Challenges and opportunity on the digital transformation happening on companies. So let's now understand the new technological challenges that are transforming the industry and reshaping the way we work. As a moderator, we have Marcelo Borges Rodrigues, Executive Director at Anshan, and our speakers, Daniel Galina, Senior Digital Leader for Customer Supply Chain, Industrial and Raw Materials Process at Gerdau, and Matheus Souza, CIO at SAP. Please, welcome to the stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Boa tarde, é prazer enorme estar aqui com vocês hoje.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. First of all, let's congratulate South Summit. We're all from the South, and we are proud to see this crowd at this event, and we feel honored for being able to speak to you. My role is going to be of a mediator, so I'm going to contextualize a few things. Deep tech, essentially, digital transformation is a big trend that we've seen in the past year or so, perhaps more even, but it has been popularized in the past year. So within this context, it's important to comment with you that AmCham has been recognized as the most efficient ecosystem for innovation in Brazil. And that's due to our capacity to connect startups to big companies such as Gerdau, SAP, and many others that are here. And the way we identify market trends, and how are they important? Because they give us a horizon as of what to expect of startups, the innovation environment, and startups start to understand even more, what really matters to big businesses. So this match is really important for this innovation environment. So let's analyze the last trends. In 2022, we identify a trend. So Gerdau, SAP, Microsoft, and others are in our council, in our board, so they help us a lot. But in 2022, we realized that data-driven businesses would be boosted by artificial intelligence, and that would be a trend. Back in the day, we wouldn't see large-scale initiatives for international artificial intelligence in Brazil. And in 2023, we identified another trend, which was observing startups producing technology at a level that was much different than other companies. So probably that's going to happen again in 2024, 2025, 26, producing this knowledge applied that has not been seen before. And within this context, Mateus, right? Within SAP, when talking about deep techs, how do you see the transformation in this technological environment nowadays? Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to see the house so crowded, and I hope we can fulfill your expectations. Congratulations to South Summit too. Well, to understand the context, it's really important for us to understand deep tech. Technologies are very deep. They're very complex. So nanotechnology, for example, blockchain, artificial intelligence, which is, the current trend. And another one, which is quantic computing. That's going to be a huge leap. It's going to be very, very intense step into the future. So in the case of SAP, we have been going through digital transformation for many years. Companies seek this transformation to make improvements, to bring gains to their businesses, and to have quality and productivity leaps as well. In Latin America, we have a very robust body of professionals that always seek excellence and keep this transformation moving. However, it's important to understand that once you have deep techs crossing the borders of digital transformation within large businesses, you have a collision point that will move things around and speed things up as never before. So SAP role is to really explore technology, to further develop technology, to innovate. And that means, the responsibility that we have. Because think about it, Gerdau, AmCham, Petrobras, the government, there are so many process legislation within, the economy, that have to be taken into consideration. So we have to innovate, but I have to keep my governance in order as well. I got to do it with responsibility. And startups, they add up to this duality that I mentioned. They add speed, agility, and everyone, the environment as a whole, can help this leap of society as a whole. So Mateus, thank you. Mateus is the president of the Committee of Innovation. And interesting that you mentioned quantic computing, because I was discussing this the other day. People are developing initiatives towards that quantic computing that will change business as we know. Like, for example, everything we know about cryptography will change. And Galina, remember 2019 when Werneck was here, CEO Gerdau, in a very rich conversation with him, he said that there's a lot of things to be sought within Gerdau that can lead to a better digital transformation, and we notice that transformation in your business. So talk about that to us, please. What have you noticed, the realities that you have and the opportunities that you foresee? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with Emshan and SAP here, represented by Marcelo and Mateus, very large partners that we have. And, I got a little nervous to represent over 30,000 employees that Gerdau has across the world. But when we talk about digital transformation, that is not only a term for Gerdau, that's part of our strategy. But that didn't start, recently. It started, back in the day in a company with 123 years. So we ask, how can we keep always innovating? We were born in Rio Grande do Sul. And how to take that to another level in terms of digital transformation. And that has everything to do with the culture, how to transform our culture so we can evolve. And the core of our company are the people. And Werneck mentioned that's our biggest asset, together with our clients, our collaborators and clients. How can you provide, happiness and satisfaction to them? So besides the opportunity is another thing that it concerns us a lot is the safety and security of our employees, which is, we have a project in Gerdau, which is Safety 4.0. So how do we monitor, when a person enters, an area that is quite dangerous for him, what we call a red area, and keep operations with zero accidents? Well, that's a very interesting conversation, which allows us to also discuss technology and people. So in this environment of artificial intelligence, we notice a lot of rich things in terms of what is to come. So, many people think that, like meat, for example, just spawns at a supermarket, but that is not the case because we don't see how it's produced. And it's true that the popularization so this is a horizon of growth. Silvio Meira, which is a great name in Brazilian innovation. So, and he says, we are in the prehistory of the artificial intelligence, but the future arrives in 800 days. So we're in the very beginning, but the future is short term. So at SAP, how do you see the current state of things versus, the future of artificial intelligence? So for SAP, this is something that is already built into our processes. And this is something that, to us, it wasn't a must in the beginning. Because, as you said, that was something more technical. But now we are feeling that transformation where clients are asking for artificial intelligence. They want to insert that into the solutions they use. So another thing we need to understand is that AI was referred to as something narrow. So, for example, it would learn a process, perform that process, and be restricted to that process. But the leap that everything seeks towards what Silvio mentioned, for example, is AI that is general artificial intelligence that emulates human behavior, human thought. And this is where we stand right now. This generative AI, ChatGPT being the most famous of them, people now understand that that technology is the bridge that will take us to a type of AI that emulates our behavior. If that's going to happen or not, we still don't know. We're still trying to understand that. I was at South by Southwest last week, and I was in this talk about people who did not really understood or believed that this leap would happen. A discussion between people who didn't and people who did believe. So now we see the contrast between, these different types of people. So the way we think now, has changed. And I have an invitation for you, all of you here. Anytime you face a task involved with a process, think, how can I solve that using AI? So this is how we have to re-educate our mental models, to insert AI into the tasks we perform. So our generation maybe has to go through the understanding that we as human beings do not have to solve all the problems, but we have to use AI to sort those out. So the generations that are born now will have that inserted into, their mindset. Because perhaps in the future, children will say, I don't have to necessarily learn how to perform this task because AI can perform it better than I can. So, that's a really interesting moment for us. Oh, let's discuss a little bit more about South by Southwest later if possible. Well, back at Gerdau, we understand that it was a very crucial company for the innovation environment in Rio Grande do Sul, fostering efficiency, competitiveness, innovation. In this journey, when we talk about AI, we see elements that do the same that you guys did. And not all companies will be companies using AI or of AI. Actually, the biggest part of companies will not actually use AI, but many will, because they will have to create business models using AI to grow and escalate their business. How do you at Gerdau, considering your size, evaluate that in the market? Well, I would like to just refer back to a point that, before technology, we talk about the passion to solve the problem and for the opportunity. So first of all, you have to understand what is the problem that your client needs to solve. How can you make their lives easier? How can we make life easier within our plants or factories? So the focus is on the problem and never stop in the first why. Ask questions, map out the territory and the scenario. And AI is something that is on top of our list in terms of planning the future. Gerdau, for some time now, has had initiatives using AI and other technologies. Last year, we created an AI Innovation Center, which is a division of our company with a dedicated company to accelerate those processes within Gerdau. Seeking cases within our roadmap of transformation that can test or create MVPs or products that could be potentialized by AI. And some examples I can give, of increasing productivity is using imagery to classify the trucks that receive scraps, how to reutilize and process raw materials. So, for example, we have many different climate variables that are being impacted by technology, and now we are being able to make these processes more stable. So, a company that produces steel, has to embrace those processes within production. So, by listening to you talking about people, and perhaps you have seen T-shirts like mine, because we created, a group coming from different parts of the state, representing AmCham, and we had a number of activities, connected activities. We brought a speaker, for example. He was here at South Summit last year. He's a big name in the Israeli community, a big name of innovation in Israel. And we had a meeting with him where we explored some ideas. Amongst them, how challenging it is for people to learn how to use AI. So you are a good example of people that are very familiar with the technology, and many others, in the audience as well. But there are many people, numerous people that are not developers, that are not coders, and they're not really sorted within the world. And that speaker Yutak mentioned to us that he's got people working with his kids in a very ludic way, and they're teaching him how a child learns about AI in terms of, so he can have this continuous learning. So also in Israel, they had a program where it was mandatory for employees to work with AI one day or in one task, in order for them to change their mindsets and the mental models. So given the context of AI and the growth that it will have in the next year, how can people get closer to that universe, to that understanding? What tips can you give people? Well, I always believe that first we have to have a purpose. So my understanding is that having a purpose is faster. So within that context, what is interesting to us? How can that add to my life? So at SAP right now, we have a lot of open source content in terms of training. Generative AI, because we have an institutional role helping people with their learning, lifelong learning. We are also conducting a work where we can help people to further their education. Another point that is really important is to understand the logic behind things. So, for example, artificial intelligence is it relies a lot on data. So, referring back to South by Southwest, I was in a session there where statistics was brutal, showing that 67% of companies do not have a clear strategy. They do not understand data. So that's a variable that limits their potential. And if I want to really learn and live those new technologies, it's important for me to understand the why of things, their core, how things work, even if you're not a technician or a developer, but to really understand how things work so you can build on that, identify opportunities, and bring technology to your company. It's common for me to still see people looking at AI and trying to fit that within their businesses, but that is not the ideal way. Because sometimes people, people start thinking that doesn't really help them a lot. So that's the wrong strategy and logic. So it's really important for the human to understand that he has to contest things, to question things, to ask the question, how can I use AI? Because we are the ones who start the process, seeking education, trying to further develop our skills. And you're talking about something that's really important. Something that we have to explore, which is this data culture, both internal and data that I have to use to generate a business or a product. AI demands data, and you as leaders of IT areas within your companies, how do you foster this data culture that will promote, the digital transformation and the use of AI? Well, first of all, since Werneck became the CEO, one of the first things that he stated to us is that Gerdau would become a data-driven company.
An important factor, and from then on in, a number of actions were taken today. Gerdau has a data structure and analytics. There's a whole team dedicated to it, people from the technology area, from the business areas alike. So it's a business model, it's a work model that's very collaborative, and we end up developing innovation ecosystems around the country in that sense. And one of the things that we saw during this trajectory are the gaps, like Mateus even mentioned, because of the lack of knowledge for this data, and how can we impact society, because it's no use if we have a prepared team, if our surroundings, we're not able to impact our surroundings. So there's a concern about that. That's why we launched last year a platform, and I invite you all, which is Data for All, and I invite you all to check it out. It's a platform that's free of charge, that Gerdau created internally at the beginning, but then last year we expanded. Any person from society can register. Actually, today we have 8,000 people. Half of them are Gerdau collaborators, and the other half are people from societies, from civil society, no link whatsoever to Gerdau. And so enabling and developing these trails in data, in machine learning, artificial intelligence, but there are also some paths that develop competences like agility, soft skills, how I'm able to work with corporations, with startups, and so on. So there's a really great content that we use, and it's really helping us out to impact society and the environment where we're inserted in. And I think it's a tonic of the conversation that we've been having, right? That the more we speak of technology and artificial intelligence, you're also talking about people, curiosity, behavior. And I think that you've brought really cool examples of really big companies doing these robust activities, qualified data culture, for own development, application, factory application. But it's also true that our public is also composed by smaller companies or startups or small companies that are in the marketplace in that sense. And how do you perceive these opportunities that we're speaking of in terms of artificial intelligence, data, etc., and the perspective of small companies? For those who are developing a startup, how do they link to this app, for example? And then there's the power of the ecosystem. That's where we go back to. It depends on the size of the company, if we're talking public, private, education, corporations. The power of the ecosystem complementing itself is what really is going to generate this impact. And companies today, they're very open to it. For example, today in this app, we have a community of more than 150 startups that are with us, understanding in doing business with our clients, and we're actually very much interested in supporting them with no cost, because we really want to support them in order to help the economy. At the end of the day, these companies, albeit very small, they still have a very important role in the economic place and in the evolution of society as a whole. And I think, and going back to what I mentioned before, if I'm an entrepreneur, if I'm a student, and if I really want to go down that path and I see a problem and I see something that really bothers me, but I really need to believe in my dreams. You have to go after your dreams and see how technology can help resolve these issues. That's not going to change. I truly believe that we're going to keep feeling the need. We're going to keep having the need to have these entrepreneurs that question the status quo. And what we're seeing nowadays is that an entrepreneur can come from anywhere in the world, from the outskirts of Rio Grande do Sul, from Central America, from Africa, wherever. And so, again, there's a great opportunity. I know that sometimes that even generates a little bit of anxiety, a lot of uncertainty. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm in the middle of my career. How do I prepare myself for that? But I think we always have to be optimistic. We have to look at these opportunities in front of us. And artificial intelligence has an opportunity. There are a lot of free of charge opportunities. So my invite to you is really use it, put it in practice. This is what's happening now. We need to put things into practice. We need to test them, validate them, and take things out of the paper. Excellent. And we are at the end of our panel here. Time is just rushing by. But I just wanted to register that Gerdau was one of the founders of Innovation Lab, which is our open innovation initiative. I would like to leave you, Danielle, with 1 minute to make some comment on how you perceive, what are the elements that attract companies such as Gerdau to create a bond with startups, someone who has something different to offer Gerdau. I think to close up, I also wanted to thank the both of you. Thank you, Marcelo. Yes, I think it's in the essence of Gerdau. Throughout these 123 years, we are innovative. I think innovation is at the core of our company. Although it's a company with 30,000 collaborators, we still go through the same dilemmas with the startups. We have projects that are not approved. When you speak about smaller areas, we have initiatives that sometimes we try to do and they go wrong. We saw the lecture talking about failure previously, right? So we have worked with that. How do we do that? How do we work that with a company of 123 euros? How do we keep going? How do we accept failures? And so I think that's part of our essence, really, on what we have to go in search of. And what we've seen is that by ourselves and alone, we won't get far. We need to collaborate with other companies, startups, and other ecosystems, because then we can really go far and be more consistent. Excellent. And so to close up, I would like to thank the both of you. I think the moral of the story here, the lessons learned, is that I think we need to reinforce some of the things we already know. When we talk about technology, we're talking much more about people than we imagine. And where we're in the technology world, we understand how important talents are. For those of you who want to connect with companies like SAP and Gerdau, we're open to it. There are the stands here as well. So they're very open. People from private, public sectors alike. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Bora conectar hoje, vocês vão ficar para o Night Summit, né? Todo mundo pode se encontrar aí e conversar, trocar contatos. And we're going to the next panel, mapping the landscape of ESG. Well, experts will map out the path towards a sustainable future, gain valuable insights on next steps, and the evolving landscape of sustainability efforts. To moderate this panel, I invite Elias Neto, co-founder and CEO at ESG Now, and to debate Ana Paula Polito Silva, Sustainable Director at CMPC, e Sérgio Roberto Finger Dutra Filho, CEO at Trashing. Bora, gente!
Lá, obrigado.
Melhor camiseta, muito bom.
Tu quer ficar no meio?
Hã?
Quer ficar no meio?
Pode ser, pode ser. Bom, pessoal, boa tarde a todos.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this afternoon. I have two super important people here, Ana and Sergio. And because the time is short and we should go straight to the point to talk about tendencies, about sustainability, and we have the big corporations represented by Ana, TNBT, and Sergio for startups, for residues, reverse logistics, and also for technology and management of data. I will start asking Ana to start our conversation to talk about tendencies. What have you seen? What are the tendencies for ESG and sustainability?
So for CNPC, for companies as a whole, hello everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Now, I am going to tell you a little bit about my personal professional science. So one of them is a little bit about standards and reporting standards. Up until a short time ago, certifications.
Então a gente já ouviu falar muito de ISO 1400.
To be enough, we heard a lot about ISO 14000, PFC, RFC, and that was enough for society in general. That's not no longer the case. It doesn't mean those aren't important anymore. They are very important, but we need to report our stability data nowadays with more reliability, traceability, and that is the kind of the way we talk about ESG. And we have standards that have evolved and are part of sustainability. And these standards have evolved. So we went from a level in which we mitigated negative impacts. And now we need to prove and show what we add in terms of positive impacts for society. So that is a trend, and that's what we talk that's what we mean when we say natural regeneration. So now we tend to show our added increments. We'll talk about two other things. First, international regulations. You no longer have to be certified and report transparently. You also have certifications, especially in the EU, where UNGR, for example, was the one mentioned most often, and also others that you can't have deforestation products and also human rights violations. Another thing is decarbonization. We talk about decarbonizing all the time, and also a little bit in our sector, which is the forestry sector, which is fundamental for decarbonizing not only our value chain, but also other value chains, because we work
E para fechar, pessoal, aí é pouco.
Products for the market. And to conclude, and this is kind of a message to you, which is looking at nature. It is our position that we need to live our essence and respect our mental health, because we often look to the outside and forget ourselves, and we will only be capable of dealing with sustainability and environment if we begin with ourselves. So that is a trend to first look to ourselves, and we will be able to handle these challenges that we have ahead of us. Sergio, in your perspective, maybe talk a little bit about trends. What do you believe will be in the front lines in companies? Good afternoon. If we haven't met, as Elia said, we work with waste, reverse logistics and waste, but focusing on circular economy in other agendas as well, such as governance. Companies demand first decentralization of information, to have platforms consolidating SG Now and other platforms trying to do that. So that it is reported internally and externally to the market. Also working with stakeholders, and this means the whole chain. So we have internal portion with employees, investors, directors, and also the society around it. And one of the main stakeholders, which is the supplier chain, we see the pain of the market to deal with that. So if you see the greatest ESG scandals, they're not in the company's core, they are in the supply chain, because they have slavery like labor, or it's data that hasn't been measured, information got lost and wasn't maybe transferred till it got to the company's core. Large companies already have sector structure to work with ESG to measure these impacts and mitigate risks. The supply chain is the investments, are the investments, and also to certify and apply ESG in small and mid-sized companies supplying to the large ones. Also contributing with trends, Anna talked about reporting. More and more companies need to answer to frameworks and standards, the FRS, GRI, many other standards. Responsibility and also management of the supply chain, because when you talk about large companies, you're talking about thousands of suppliers, and how you will monitor that, a large volume of data to be monitored, and that links up with this, because this is an innovation and technology event. The challenges you mentioned of responsibility and management of the value chain, how has technology helped companies solve these problems to overcome them? Now, technology is fundamental, and reporting data nowadays are often thousands of indicators. Besides client audits that we have, it is therefore fundamental to have a platform where data is organized in a way that they are traceable. Nowadays, tracing back data is very important. And as you said, that does take a lot of time, and the better you organize the data, the better it is. We also have other examples of information technology helping us with decarbonizing, monitoring. I can give you an example that is maybe closer to my reality, because we have, in my area of sustainability, we have technologies to monitor biodiversity, monitor the forest with the drones and LiDAR. We have the map biomes, which everyone can access. Any layman can go to the Map Biomas website and see where deforestation happening in Brazil, and it's really sensational. Also, I wanted to say that a company like CMPC, we participate on many different ratings, and without a platform, we wouldn't be able to reach the results we have. Recently, so nowadays we are number one in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index in forestry. So many companies competing. Recently, we won the first place in sustainability in the SP Global. Our CEO and company were acknowledged as number one in sustainability in the fast market. All of this due to technology, because it's not easy to compile all this information. On our side, as Anna said, how do you measure? If it's difficult to get all the indicators in the company, then you can understand what it is like outside. So we are working a lot with remote sensing, automating processes, and the large corporations themselves are investing in these technologies. We have startups with solutions in the value chain, weather monitoring at the producer, the farmer supplying materials, or in the supply chain. digitalization is helping a lot, and also using the platforms, connecting the content and data exchange. So the interaction between the platforms is also getting stronger. We often consider what platforms are important. So if you want decarbonizing, then we need to check carbon footprints and check how we will use that against the account that they have. In logistics, we need to understand revenue generation in the co-op associations. So what needs to be on my platform and what I need to make available to the market for other companies to interact. We have big ERPs like SAP, and they are being used in corporations, giving them a more focused dashboard.
Falta de tendências, né?
Now, beyond the trends, I believe we are also seeing some conflicts of perspectives of ESG and sustainability. The goal now is to talk about how much sustainability is facing challenges like idealization and politics. So, do you believe that it is just a fashion that will stop and end? So, what's your take on that? I think that's a great question. I believe that everything that becomes a hype will suffer when the next hype comes. So ESG, though, wasn't created by itself. It comes from corporate social responsibility. It comes from the SDSs. So there are many things that build the ESG, and it is the sustainable governance practice. We are we're not talking so much about ESG anymore because that is becoming the day-to-day of a company. So I don't need to talk about ESG all the time to say that I'm sustainable. So that needs to be absorbed to show that it's been done. I don't think it is something temporary. Maybe we'll stop using the acronym ESG for marketing, but the practices will remain and need to be practiced. We came from a marketing agency. The thing that we love the most is telling the story because we are doing it, and we need to tell the public what is being done to foster other companies, to help other chains, and show that it's possible to look at this as an investment and not as a cost. It's risk mitigation, profitability, contact with the consumer public, and these are practices that will continue because the consumers require it, legislation requires it, and investors. But of course, when Larry Flint comes and says we'll not be talking about ESG, we're going to talk about climate change, and then, well, then it's a different thing. No more ESG. We're all going to talk about transition, regeneration. Okay, let's use a different word, but it will be the same positive practice. I was talking to Anna, and if you are experienced in the area like Anna, it is often difficult to understand because sustainability is the sister, right, of this topic. I didn't really feel that new wave because we are still being very demanded in terms of sustainability. I've been doing this for 20 years. I think the names change, but it moves on. If you watched John Elton's talk yesterday, he talks about sustainability waves. I mean, it changes the word and then it goes down a little bit, but then it climbs up again. But over time, we are making progress. Maybe not as we need it, but we are. So, sustainability, and we may have different names, and I believe ESG is an innovation with the governance. But for me, I mean, there's no going back. It is in need because of all the catastrophic numbers. This week, we are living proof of the heat on the first day of our event, and yesterday it was cold. Today it's warmer. So the dengue disease wasn't present in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and now we have more than 30,000 cases, and that is the climate change. So besides the need, it is a matter of philosophy. I'm glad to be here and see paper cups because I have been doing this for 20 years. It's incredible. If you're only using paper cup, here's not plastic cups, which is biodegradable. I don't think there is no going back, and I believe that yes, we may have some discussions about this, but there is no going back. As I said, I didn't really feel the new wave. We are still being demanded on ESG, and every day we try to become protagonists to continue working with the main indicators. I didn't really feel it. I think it's a generational matter too. I mean, look at the audience. I mean, it's young people, and for them, it's internal, and they want the practices. These people are in the corporation, so you can't really exclude the matter of generation. And in these companies, the new heads already have ESG in their purposes. ESG needs to be strategic and to be top down in all the company decisions need to consider it, and the new generation will continue with that. Another trend are the company's commitments. 10 years ago, you never saw large corporations committing to targets publicly on sustainability. Nowadays, any company that you access on their website, you will find their public targets relating to the SDSs. And for the new generation, to the SGs, I'm sorry, so they will not accept less than that. That is why we need to continue evolving, and that is good. You may make jokes on sustainability, on SG, but no one can deny that companies generate positive and negative impacts, environmental and social, in terms of governance. So companies impact the environment with their processes and the lives of people, of their employees or people in the communities, and they need to manage that. And I believe that that is sustainability, and that is ESG, whatever you want to say. We have been doing this with a growing conscience. Another topic is trustworthiness and reliability, but the bar is being raised. Anna said that playing ESG, and in fact doing it, because there's less and less space for greenwashing, for playing with it. Companies need to in fact understand and professionally manage the data and report them with quality. So I'm not sure how challenging it is for CNPC, for example, to have reliable data. That's a big concern. All reports nowadays are public. They are easily accessible, and you can find both positive things, but also the ones that aren't that nice. So we were talking about playing ESG. I mean, nowadays you can't, because for greenwashing nowadays you have to be really brave, because the data is open, the social media is there. So at CNPC we are concerned a lot with the data that we are very confident on, because we are audited by independent certifiers, as FPC, but also by the clients. And now EU regulations are coming. The one on deforestation will be in effect in 25. All companies are preparing, not only in forestry, but also in agriculture, coffee. So there is no other way. Information is accessible. Everybody talks about access to information, and that's it. Everybody can access the sustainability goal and compare that to the target 5 years ago. Globalizing, we have targets from Europe impacting globally. We have international companies and they say, yeah, we need to increase post-consumption in the packaging material because it is being demanded in Europe. And in this case, the company globalizes all those decisions. So the public authorities can and the public can control the good practices, and there is no more room for marketing on something that isn't measurable. That is why organizations need to invest in qualified indicators with credibility. And Anna talked about greenwashing. I don't remember who said this, but that we have the green wishing as well. I mean, people wish to be green and they tell a different story, but they don't know how. I mean, then they do it only halfway, and that's also dangerous. So creating a good materials matrix, understanding priorities and the impacts of what needs to be mitigated first, where resources are needed, and what are the biggest impacts is a path to be defined internally and strategically. Yeah, I have waste. Let's create something for residues, but I mean, now we are now heading towards a final message. So I'm going to begin with my final message, and then you will have the word as well. We experienced John Elkington this week, one of the founders of sustainability, who mentioned a very important point, the urgency. I don't know how clear it is for everyone how urgent these topics are for society, and that time is up for delaying actions to be implemented. We are experiencing the effects of global climate change, and companies need to wake up and accelerate processes to reduce their impacts. We all have a lot of room for impacts, so that is the message. And so I echo what John Elkington said, both in the private as well as in the public sector with the regulations. We will see the public sector regulating more and more. We have a PL of the carbon market regulated in Brazil, among others. I believe we will experience also the government demanding more, and it's fair because companies need to wake up for that, to that. As Anna said, climate change and the impacts are there. There are facts that you can't fight. So we need to conduct these strategies, no matter what your politics or economy is. So how will I tell this story? Okay, we can talk about that, but we need to act on it. And the word I love is co competition. Yes, we need to compete, but we can also cooperate. And that can be strategic for CNPC to do something. But if I can cooperate with other companies, that gives more credibility to your actions, to say that you believe in the cause and you want to mitigate risk, that can be done together. So startups working together. You may look from the outside and think, "Oh, that's a competitor." But okay, we need to move together because we believe we can build a better future together. So cooperate, and then we will grow. My final message. First, partnerships. We are at a time when we can only have an impact on society if you work as a network. No one can work alone anymore.
Que nós trabalhamos em conjunto, a Anshan, a IBAC.
We have many associations, AmCham, Alibac, Association of Forestry Companies, CBAC. So we networked with other companies and communities.
Aquela questão de falar, é meu projeto,
You can't say that is my project, CNPC's project. All the projects are together. Also, regeneration. Companies nowadays no longer try to mitigate negative impact. Now we need to add positive impacts.
Querem deixar essa marca de
Companies nowadays, they want to leave this mark And we already have standards operating on the market, such as TNFD, showing that what the risks are in the positive increments, the increment for companies in society. We have CUP 30, so we will see. Because and it's nice because we participated in many forums, and it can show the world how Brazil. So it's really nice. So finally, and I mean live. I mean, long live nature. I mean, I'm over 40, and I see how necessary it is to live nature, to live naturally, to respect our mental health, because we're only going to deal with the challenges we created, because the challenges we created them ourselves. We're only going to deal with these challenges if we feel fine. So, but we need to. First we need to put. It's like on an airplane. Put the mask on yourself first, and then you help others. Pray for the environment, because I know that living naturally, we are going to exit and leave this climate change.
Responsabilidade que a Ana trouxe, né? Quando a gente cuida da gente, a gente olha o nosso impacto, né? E depois das organizações. As organizações são feitas de pessoas, né?
Organizations are made of people, so the impacts are a set of people. So we have this capacity to look to the inside and capacity to regenerate. All right, folks. So just to close, the final message is the number of opportunities in this area for startups and companies in general. Also how much companies can help startups and universities find solutions for all the challenges we face for the next years. Thank you very much.
Valeu. Muito obrigada por trazer o ESG para o The Next Big Thing. Concordo muito. Obrigada, gente.
Thank you very much for talking about ESG. Thank you very much.
Pode ser mais importante do que a gente cuidar da vida nesse planeta e da nossa saúde, né, gente?
There's nothing more important than taking care of the life in our planet and our health.
Is harnessing the power of AI to impact society. Let's explore how AI-driven solutions are driving positive change and fostering inclusive growth on a global scale. So come to the stage as a moderator, Natalia Marrone Borges, researcher and analyst at Banrisul, e Aldo Luevano, co-founder and CEO at Rumi, Daniel Alencar, CEO and founder at Pupila AI. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Quem está pegando?
Pessoal, boa tarde. Que alegria.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm a little bit nervous. My name is Natalia. I am working in intelligence artificial, and I work at Works in the Unity for Data Intelligence. And we are here today to talk how artificial intelligence has an impact on society, or a potential to have a role in the society. Thank you for watching. Thank you for inviting me. And I'd like to talk about Daniel and Aldo to present themselves so that we can start with the questions.
Una compañía enfocada en la entrega de soluciones de robótica humanoide, Data and AI, y desarrollo de software basado en Gen AI. Somos una organización que es pionera en el desarrollo de robots humanoides para el mercado de América Latina, y al día de hoy tenemos distintas verticales, diversos clientes en la industria de banca, retail, hospitality. Y bueno, pues encantado de compartir el panel.
Spanish translation will not be available. My name is Daniela Alencar. I've been working the last 16 years in the universe of branding. I am passionate about the year, and I worked with different cases for different industries. And something the more personal aspect is technology, the possibilities generated by technology. And in the last year, we have been converging these two universes, trying to look to understand how technology could make less challenges for the creation of creative content. And this is why we created Pupila Band Studio, which is a platform that will allow for the brands to execute in a manner that is aligned with their identity, all their execution of expression in everyday situation. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for sharing this opportunity. Now we will start with a question that is a little bit broader so that we can go for further discussions. This week, Silvio Meira said that we are in the era of the Stone Age about the artificial intelligence. And I have been thinking about that, and we have to be more proactive to see how we are using this technology. So we have a recent case about a student who used ChatGPT to study. So he put himself in the position of teaching the tool instead of learning by the tool. And for me, that was already an insight because we have a potential to change the way people are learning because we learn more teaching than only reading. So imagine if we can use this tool, maybe we'll have an opportunity there. Here inside the South Summit, we have seen startups working with the ADM tools for making the evaluation of juridical process. Imagine you take the decisions you have done in the last 10 years and you will know when the law is fragile or similar circumstances had different outcomes. So maybe you can start working with a social problem we have to work with the legislation to understand the weak points. I have an interesting analogy. I swear I'm not going to speak so much about the cell phone. Many of you will not understand what I am saying. When we started using the cell phone, it was called cellular. You would call, use SMS, and the third function was to play the game of the snake. It was like an objective everybody had to win in the snake game. After that, we started using the GPS, and then we started using the internet. And after we incorporated all these tools, and we saw how smart that was. We had a gap of time so that people would understand the potential we would have that. Uber was not born on the following day. Waze was not born on the next day. What we needed in terms of structure was already there. And I think it is the same thing with artificial intelligence nowadays. We already have technology, we have data, we have the infrastructure. What we don't see is the solution. So now I send my question to the guests. How do you see these opportunities? Maybe we are missing some opportunities, and maybe we can have a better society if we do that using the artificial intelligence. Well, this is a very special moment in history. This is a moment for transformation when we know the world is accelerating very fast. But in fact, what are we going to do for artificial intelligence? We have 20 years and we have different applications for the moment. And after 2 years, it started to be more accessible, so it can be exponential for the quantity of applications or possibilities or intelligences that it generates. So we're talking about an intelligence that they say will make your performance better 5, 10 times in a year. Imagine in 5 years what that will be in one equation that's exponential. That's a broad new world, and all these cases are very valuable. What I wanted to bring here is where this is going to go. I think we have two big technologies together with AI, and they are going to be a revolution for the way we live and we make businesses and we have consumptions. And it's about the models for learning and multimodal learning. That's going beyond the texts, and maybe we're going to recognize images, audios, feelings, smells. They will make the capacity of learning become bigger, and also bigger will be the opportunity that you will have if you think about an answer. I think that together with that, there is a universe of the connected wearables, so that all these things that are present in our everyday situations start generating data, information that will make our language become better. We are starting to see the first AI beings, the wearables that you carry with you, and it's like a personal assistant. We're talking about clones, as if me and Aldo, Natalia, we were here. Personal assistants which are exclusive, and they can lead us to a lot of depth with lots of communication to generate more efficiency and more value for the interactions. So we are starting to explore one universe that tends to be richer and more transforming. We are in the beginning of this curve, and it's more and more vertical.
Está pasando por una buena etapa para implementar inteligencia artificial, pero también para crear negocios basados en inteligencia artificial. Hace algunos años era bastante complicado hablar de una implementación de inteligencia artificial para las organizaciones, debido a que era bastante costoso hacer ese tipo de implementaciones. Al día de hoy tenemos modelos preentrenados, tenemos distintas soluciones que dentro de los corporativos podemos estar incorporando en el corto plazo y a un bajo costo. También importante mencionar que es una oportunidad bastante interesante para las mismas startups, para los emprendimientos deep tech basados en inteligencia artificial, porque al día de hoy podemos crear modelos de negocio 100% rentables utilizando dichos modelos preentrenados mediante la invocación a lo mejor de un API call de un servicio de terceros. A lo mejor pueden haber escenarios donde nosotros queramos ser intensivos en capital y crear nuestro propio modelo de lenguaje, pero también existe la oportunidad para nuevos emprendedores, nuevas startups que puedan crear modelos de negocio 100% rentables, comercializarlos a nivel de las organizaciones o a nivel de los usuarios finales mediante la incorporación de tecnología de terceros. Y bueno, pues como ustedes lo saben, el año pasado y también 2022 fue un parteaguas por la llegada de la inteligencia artificial generativa o GenAI. Al día de hoy se está democratizando el acceso a la inteligencia artificial por los mismos vendors de tecnología, no nada más por las big tech, sino también por distintas startups que están especializando sus modelos para atacar distintas verticales de negocio. Entonces, es un panorama bastante interesante para América Latina. Muchas veces creo que uno de los retos que nosotros hemos enfrentado como emprendedores es de que utilizamos tecnología que viene de otras partes del mundo, de Estados Unidos, de Asia, y solamente somos consumidores de tecnología. Al día de hoy, con esta democratización de las plataformas de nube, de los modelos de GenAI, bueno, nosotros podemos crear soluciones que generen valor para las organizaciones y también para los consumidores en general.
Eu acho que o nosso próprio caso são exemplos disso que acontece na América Latina e que estão olhando.
I think what happens in Latin America this is the value that this technology allow. I think it's interesting Aldo mentioned that because we have the potential and we wait for the technology to come to us, and how is it that we can be put in a position that's more proactive? And it fits with the second question that we have here. That is something beyond on the meaning of sometimes we have barriers in the middle of the way. So you look at artificial intelligence and we are in the beginning of a cycle. So we understand that like something difficult, how is work going to be, what's the future of work, and other ethical matters, how are we going to deal with that, legal aspects, etc. And we put that as barriers. We look at the negative aspect, but we just don't look at all the positive aspects that could also be there. So maybe we could switch the key to see the perception of the technology, to understand how technology can offer good things for the society. If we focus on the difficulty, well, there are so many things that are already difficult. So I'd like to hear about this, the negative effects or the difficulties we have seen versus these opportunities we just mentioned, how we can use that in a positive way.
Efectos negativos cuando nosotros creamos aplicaciones de inteligencia artificial en las organizaciones. En nuestro caso en Rumi hemos trabajado para de alguna manera evitar o disminuir el impacto de estos side effects, de estos efectos negativos. Muchas veces, y esto es importante entenderlo, el use case, el retorno de inversión de un proyecto de AI para las organizaciones nace en el ROI, en el TCO, es decir, en el poder garantizar que una organización incremente sus ventas o en determinado momento reduzca costos. Bueno, y esto es al final de cuentas una constante en los proyectos de digitalización, los proyectos de innovación. Sin embargo, pues muchas veces esa disminución de costos puede estar relacionada a la disminución de asientos, de la disminución del workforce en nuestras organizaciones. Y es importante también considerar que deben de haber otros nuevos capabilities, otro nuevo valor que nosotros debamos de arquitectar para las organizaciones para hacer volar un use case. Es decir, a lo mejor incrementar la visibilidad que nosotros tenemos de nuestros clientes, tener una visión 360 de los mismos, ver la manera de evitar la reducción de costos relacionado al workforce, pensando en un incremento de ventas al corto o mediano plazo. Entonces, siempre es importante tener dentro de las organizaciones comités de ética basados en inteligencia artificial para poder definir la propuesta de valor de cada una de las iniciativas de inteligencia artificial y que no seamos tan sharp en el hecho de tomar una decisión basada en disminución de costos o incremento de ventas solamente.
Eu acho que tem dois pontos aqui importantes, né?
I think we have two important points. We have been discussing about that a lot, about the jobs. We are all going to lose our jobs. And when we look at the history, you have technological leaps, and they bring a proposal of efficiency and generation of value. This is natural. This is something that is expected. I saw a picture of Fifth Avenue in New York protesting because they were launching the ATMs, and everybody who worked in a bank would lose their jobs and the world would end. So you see, the world didn't end, and life moved on. So of course we have to think about reskilling. But the fact that everybody is here looking for content, trying to understand this theme, this is fundamental because probably what we're going to do from now on is not what we have done in the past. I think the dynamics of the work change a lot. Another important theme Natalia brought up was the point of view. Sometimes this is put as something polemical, and this theme, of course, is not easy to be explored, but I would like to bring a perspective. I'll think about the polemics when I mentioned, If I go to a tool for creating images and ask for a picture of a CEO, it's probably never going to bring to me a black CEO. Well, I can take this information and criticize the tools, but I can try to understand how the model works and how is it that we need to interact with the new opportunities that will come. The model is based on the history of reality. Unfortunately, because of structural and systemic reasons, we have a level of CEOs which are African Americans lower than what we expected, or when you're trying to make an impact in reality, this is the answer of the present. We cannot expect that the tool for AI will solve the problems that were created during centuries at the society, but I will have the opportunity to specify the picture as I want. And I can ask for a black CEO, for an indigenous CEO, the characteristic that I want. And when you think about that on the point of view of opportunities, this is the chance that we have to try and change this approach. When we think about the branches, it's like a pleasure, a satisfaction to see that the brands can represent their publics in a way that's much more faithful than they could do in the past. If you go look for a black person as a CEO, you're not going to find it. And you have the opportunity to do it, and imagine that we start putting in the world a series of provocations to have more women in the position of leadership, more people with deficiency, people of different races. We can change this narrative. Of course, we're not going to change the structural problems, but it is possible for this narrative to be more democratic and accessible. I like your comment a lot. I have one opinion. I always try to make things more simple because I am a teacher at graduation, and I think as a teacher talking to students. Before the AI, we had many decisions that were made in an arbitrary way. We could not register decision making. I didn't need to have a quantitative model or a statistic model to put a specific rule so that the curriculum selected would come from an X university or the other powers inside the context of AI. So what happened when we started having this model is that these things that were tacit before, now they're explicit. From now on, you have to discuss these rules. From now on, when you ask for a CEO for a picture, there is a rule behind it, and you understand that this is happening because most of the pictures there are from high CEOs which are white, tall, with a suit, etc. So for me, this is already an evolution because you start taking the problem, starting discussing. I will link that with the next question, which is related to the companies about the compliance, the legislation. Because what is it that we see happening? We are adapted to the reality or the legislation or the compliance calls us. This is for a company that's specific. So that's usually inside the rules that we get. And artificial and intelligence is in the beginning. And how many things are going to change? Are we going to be able to create legislation to predict what's going to happen to that in 1 year? If we created legislation 1 year ago, we could not predict what happened last year. So my question is, apart from the committees that Aldo already mentioned, there's a very interesting FGV in Brazil. It seems to me that we should think how companies should be more proactive. Maybe I don't have to talk only to the legislation. Maybe I have to look at the use of the tools and these technologies in a way that can work with the legislation that can be obsolete very fast. I'd like to understand how you see that, how you look at this matter.
Cuando se adopta la inteligencia artificial es generar un valor. Normalmente ese valor es muy complicado de brindar cuando nosotros queremos hacer the Big Bang, cuando queremos implementar un proyecto sumamente complejo de inteligencia artificial que incorpore investigación y desarrollo, que incorpore una alta inversión de capital. Más bien, en esos escenarios, lo que se recomienda para las organizaciones es empezar pequeño, empezar slow y posteriormente poder pensar en proyectos más agresivos y más trascendentales en materia de inteligencia artificial. Muchas veces lo que nosotros recomendamos en Rumi es poder identificar proyectos piloto, proyectos que muchas veces son un MVP, son proyectos de características muy controladas que nos permiten devengar los servicios de inteligencia artificial para las organizaciones en un corto periodo de tiempo y posteriormente poder hacer una evaluación de las ventajas del valor que dicho proyecto está otorgando a la organización. Esto es muy importante porque una vez de que nosotros otorgamos dicho valor, entonces pueden haber más sponsors sumados a las iniciativas de inteligencia artificial dentro de la organización y posteriormente sí pensar en proyectos más trascendentales para las empresas. Eso es algo muy importante a considerar en materia de compliance. Y también la otra parte importante son los datos, data. Es importante entender que la mayoría de los modelos de inteligencia artificial son entrenados basados en datos y tenemos que nosotros formar guidelines de cumplimiento desde las etapas de higienización de datos y obtención de los datos de las distintas fuentes de información para posteriormente poder tener las correctas inferencias en los modelos de inteligencia artificial. Como muchos decimos, garbage in, garbage out, si solamente pensamos en la curaduría de los modelos, de las aplicaciones de inteligencia artificial, pero no nos regresamos 2 pasos antes para poder identificar la calidad de los datos que tenemos en nuestra empresa, en nuestra organización, bueno, pues definitivamente vamos a tener muchos problemas cuando queramos ir a un entorno productivo. Y esto a su vez, bueno, se vuelve una oportunidad para nosotros como emprendedores, como startups, bueno, pues porque también podemos crear modelos preentrenados donde para las empresas, para los corporativos, no tengamos que partir de una higienización de datos muy compleja, sino que nosotros previamente hayamos hecho toda esta labor y simplemente poder otorgar ese valor en el corto plazo, reducir el time to market de la puesta en producción de las aplicaciones de inteligencia artificial y como lo venimos comentando, bueno, pues poder generar también sponsorship y feedback en el corto periodo de tiempo.
Eu tenho viés para responder essa pergunta que eu vou olhar pela
I
ótica.
have one point of view. I would think about the optics of branding, and I think it's very connected to the strategy of the brand. When you have a brand with a very specific value, no matter if it's part of the legislation or if it's regulated, it's about doing the right thing. It's about having an impact in the world in a positive way. And I think there is a sentence that Netflix uses that's very simple but very important. It says values are what we value. And this is so clear because if we have these values in what we do, even though this is something new without a regulation totally defined, and it's going to take a long time until it is defined. We know how we should treat the data, we know what is correct to be done, and I think this is a responsibility for every company, for every organization to use the economic model or the technology available to bring a positive impact in society. So I think that here is the invitation for every one of us in our ecosystems to think how we are using that to go beyond of my profitability? How do I use that to create in a positive way? I cannot talk about much about this, but we are creating a model that is going to get an incentive for creativity, and we're going to change a little bit the dynamic of the creators or the artists so that their work can be valued in a bigger scale than it's already happening. This is the positive impact in the ecosystem, and it's everyone's responsibility. It's very nice. I will make a comment about opportunities. We are going towards the end, and my comment goes my way as a provocation, because if we're thinking about opportunities, we spent a lot of years in the pandemic, and then we generated a lot of content that's qualified for teachers who were teaching online. So we had all the opportunities closing and putting the contents online. So all the students of all the universities were interacting through platforms. So the volume of data is absurd. Since 2017, we have been saying that data is the new oil. They say, it's not oil, etc. It's electricity. But the truth is, we can see an absurd volume of data, and we are not extracting value from it. We could understand almost everything if we would make a coherence of the data. We should see the tone, the voice tone, even to see if that makes sense in the class for that students. So I have to look around us to see the opportunities that we have, and to be hands-on, because this is already happening in other countries. So maybe we can take this potential of AI and put that in our everyday lives in a form of solutions. This is my final message. So I invite you to give your final messages before we finish. For me, the message that stays is the invitation for us to continue having these important discussions for the future and this intersection among society and technology. I think that the debate is fundamental. The opening for different perspectives is super important. And in that direction, we should move forward in a correct way and ethical way. So, I invite you to know a little bit more about what we're doing in Pupila and how we are making these brands more empowered so that they can occupy their space and talk to the audience better.
Considerar que hay una oportunidad relacionada a la llegada de la inteligencia artificial generativa para América Latina, pero bueno, pues la realidad es de que también esto nos obliga a ser creadores de casos de uso orientados a la parte legacy de la inteligencia artificial. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Todo el mundo quiere implementar al día de hoy GenAI. Desde el año pasado que dio el boom ChatGPT, empezaron a haber nuevos modelos como Gemini, como BART, de otros players como lo es Google, como lo es AWS, pero muchas veces hay casos de uso que no requieren Generative AI, que pueden ser implementados con Machine Learning, que pueden ser implementados a lo mejor con otro tipo de modelos donde no necesariamente tenemos que crear contenido, tenemos que crear algún tipo de texto, audio, whatever you want. Esto es importante porque si bien es cierto que las organizaciones están demandando casos de uso de inteligencia artificial generativa, nosotros como emprendedores, como proveedores de tecnología, bueno, también tenemos que entender dónde está realmente el pain point, dónde es donde nosotros podemos otorgar esa capacidad de entregar inteligencia artificial, pero generar un valor en el corto plazo para las organizaciones. Y eso es un poco la reflexión, porque pues muchos emprendedores, lo he platicado con otros CEOs de startups, mencionan, oye, pues es que es súper difícil tener que levantar una ronda de inversión serie A para poder crear un modelo de inteligencia artificial generativa, un Large Language Model, es muy complicado. Sí, pero a lo mejor la problemática que está demandando una organización o los usuarios se puede taclear perfectamente con un modelo de inteligencia artificial tradicional. Y la parte interesante para América Latina es de que los tomadores de decisiones de las empresas están abiertos, están ávidos de escuchar los casos de uso que nosotros tenemos como empresas o como startups y emprendedores en América Latina. Entonces, esa es una reflexión importante porque muchas veces nosotros hacemos pushback cuando decimos es que es complicado tener una empresa de inteligencia artificial born in LATAM, pero la realidad es de que el mercado se está abriendo, hay muchas oportunidades y a lo mejor nosotros podemos iniciar con alguno de estos dos enfoques. Por un lado, consumir inteligencia artificial generativa de un tercero o poder otorgar una propuesta de valor con inteligencia artificial, vamos a llamarla tradicional, debido a que los tomadores de decisiones de las empresas, CFOs, CTOs, CIOs, están abiertos hoy en día en 2024 a adoptar inteligencia artificial. Pues muchísimas gracias por invitarme, ¿no? Vengo desde México y es un evento muy padre. Creo que Brasil lleva un liderazgo enorme en adopción de inteligencia artificial y encantado de compartir panel con ustedes.
Legal, muito obrigada. Então, gente, acho que finalizamos aqui.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think this is the end. Thank you. Thank you again. Now I'd like to ask you something. I want a big selfie, everybody together, big selfie. This is the last panel. And I'm going to ask you something. This is my 3rd year of MC. I lived 11 years in São Paulo, and somebody stops to me in the streets, very easy to see my blue hair. I will say, you don't imagine how many people are working. So a big hand for the teams of the South Summit. These people are awesome. So let's come here. Big selfie, please. Very good. Now everybody will go to the arena stage, and this is the closing. And we will see who won the prizes in the startups. And this is arena stage, and there we go. See you next year.